Do you know what? So many people are looking forward to this show. I'd get yours. I'll book yours now. If you want 2 panels, get 2 panels. If you want 3 panels, get 3 panels. They all arrived together. You don't get them as separate. They'll all be joined together. So if you want to use a bigger fabric, you can do. So that is the panel. £6.95 for the panel. It's brilliant, isn't it? Remember, it's only £2.95 all day long post and packaging. Right, I'll just fold that up because we've got the most beautiful, beautiful fabrics to go with it. Really, really stunning fabrics. Joe, lovely Joe, who was here yesterday with me, is here again today to show us how to make that bag. But I'll just go through the fabrics that are available because there's so many of them and they're all gorgeous. You don't need to make a baby changing bag with them. We've got a quilt. We're going to make a cock quilt later on as well. But all the different things you could make with these fabrics, look at them. They're gorgeous, aren't they? I don't know where to start. But I'm going to start with the stars. I love that star fabric. That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Look at the gorgeous, gorgeous pattern there. So this is called Stars. £5.45. Now, remember, we sell our cut fabric by the half-metre increment. So the minimum you can buy is half a metre, and then you can buy in increments of half a metre, so 1 metre, 1.5 metres, 2 metres. If you buy on the phone, you can just explain to the call centre operative what you want. So you can say, oh, I need 6 metres of that, and they'll work it out for you. If you're buying on the web, 1 unit or 1 quantity is half a metre. So if you want 2 metres, you put 4 quantity. You put a quantity of 4 in there. It's all explained on the website, but it's fantastic. So that's the stars, right? That's the stars for £5.45 for half a metre. Then we'll move on to this one. We love, love, love this one. Because as you'll notice, there are 2 heart fabrics, you see. This one is called Hearts with Caterpillars. And isn't it lovely? It's almost like confetti, isn't it? Beautiful confetti of hearts there, with the lovely little caterpillars climbing over the hearts there. Now, if you want to go through for that one is called Hearts and Caterpillar. It's £5.45 for 50 centimetres, half a metre, and it's gorgeous. And you know, Makower fabrics are so gorgeous. The quality of the cottons, out of this world, absolutely out of this world. I love this one. I've not seen this one before. It's like you could use it to do your binding or your trimming, or you could use it as a main source of fabric as well. Look at that. It looks like it's been hand squiggled, doesn't it? Beautiful. Yeah, like you put lots of layers of paint on there and then done artwork with it. It's called red texture. It's called red texture, Hungry Caterpillar red texture. Now that's £4.95 for half a metre. £4.95 for 50 centimetres. That is lovely. That is lovely. If you were going to do trimmings and things like that, that one would be really, really gorgeous. This, love. Yes, I'll get this one out to show it to you later, right? This is the Hearts fabric, right? Love it, love it, love it, love it. But somewhere on there's the odd little caterpillar hidden. I'll show you later. £5.45 for half a metre. Again, really, really, really gorgeous. I'm trying to look for him now. There's just the odd caterpillar hidden on there, but that is lovely. I'll just put my hand in so you can see the proportion of those hearts. It looks gorgeous. Imagine all the things you could make with that. It doesn't have to be a baby like we're doing things for baby sex. It's Friday's Child, isn't it? But you know what I mean? That would be a gorgeous fabric to use for other things. We could talk about that later. Look at this. Look at this. Now, I don't know if I can say what Sweeties it reminds me of, because I'm not, because it's a brand name, isn't it? But it's just lovely. Now, I think it's just gorgeous, because what I love is all these colours all match together so well, whether you go for the stars or whether you go for the panel, all the colours. I'll show you in the half parts when I go through all the fabrics again. I'll do a bit of wafting for you. I love this, because it doesn't have to be used with any of the other ones, does it really? It doesn't have to be used with any of the other designs. You could use it as its own. It's called Spots. It's called Spots, and it's like gorgeous multicoloured. Now, you know that like we were saying on the red fabric earlier, the texture. You've got solid colours, and you've got textures in there as well, kind of pretend painting on there. £5.45 for half a metre. Last but not least, on my lovely A-frame here, the gorgeous red, the really lovely red, which is what Joe's used, obviously, on the bag here. I promise we'll see Joe in a second. I'll stop talking in a second. That's really, really lovely. That's from our Spectrum range. That's our Makower Spectrum range. That's in bright red, and that's £3.25 for half a metre. Oh, I tell you what, I must tell you one thing. I'll just show it here. So I've got it here. Right, when you order cut fabric, it comes in the most beautiful box like this, packaged up, and then it comes wrapped in the tissue paper as well. Isn't that lovely? That's how it'll arrive. That's the cut fabric. The cut fabric arrives like that. It's just stunning, isn't it? Right, OK, I'm going to move on now because let's go and see Jo. She's been standing here waiting for me, waffling on. Morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. You?
I'm good. Now, we had Jo's mum watching yesterday, Helen. We spoiled her Mother's Day surprise because she's going to have these rose-coloured scissors and another story. This is lovely. But it doesn't just have to be a baby-changing bag, does it?
It doesn't. I think this sort of would make a great beach bag or general shopper. It's a really good size. Fits all sorts of things.
I love it. But I noticed you just used part of the panel.
Yes, I selected the middle panel because it's almost like 3 panels within one with the prints on it.
Yes.
So, yes, I chose that one.
It looks very, very complicated. You've got that lovely pocket, but it's not too difficult to make,
No,
is it?
it's really easy when you break it down. And
this is hearts and caterpillars, you see. That's the one with hearts and caterpillars. It looks like a confetti, doesn't it, with a lovely little caterpillar on there. I'm going to let you start because there seems to be a lot going on in there. So I'll let you start with that. Remember, if you've got any questions for Jo whatsoever, web messages or email us in. And you're happy to answer all their questions, aren't they, as we go along?
I am.
OK, brilliant.
I started off by cutting out the central print within the panel. In this case, I used the text at the bottom to straighten it up, just to make sure you want the print nice and straight in the centre of the bag.
OK.
And I cut this down to 16 by 18.5 inches. For the bag, each front and back piece, you want it to be 21 inches square.
Was that including your seam allowance?
That's this.
That's that.
This piece is 21 inches square. So with the seam allowance here and here and here and here, all a quarter, so 4 quarters, you add an inch for your measurements. When the panel is 16 across, these are each 3, so it makes it 22, which takes into account these seam allowances here. And there's only 1 join, so you just want the extra half an inch when you're adding these 2 measurements. So this is 18.5, and then another 3.
So this whole finished piece here that's going to be the front of your bag, total is?
21 by 21.
Oh, easy to remember that.
So, yes, and these are both 3-inch deep, all 3 even. So I started off by piecing those together. I put the sides on and then the bottom, and then on a piece of larger wadding, there's no lining behind.
Yes.
I quilted it with just wavy lines.
The measurements we're giving are for the bag that you've shown here, but if you've got something, when you go on your holiday, maybe take your yoga mat or your beach mat or your towel, and you think, oh, I might need it a bit bigger than that. You can make it any size you want, really, can't you?
Before you start, just choose the size you want. It doesn't have to be 21 inches square.
Perfect. So you cut the fabric 21 by 21, made the piece 21 by 21. You put some wadding on the back.
Yes.
And then you did some, well, it looks like gorgeous hand quilting on there.
I quilted it on the machine. Because there isn't any backing fabric, you don't have to worry. This will all be hidden, so you don't really have to worry about the back. So I started at the top here in the centre and just went up and down with wavy lines from the centre out, and then did the same on that side, and then did each of the sides, and then finally across the bottom.
Oh, of course, because the bottom one's going in a different direction there.
It is. Yeah.
I love it, but you could do if you didn't want to do wavy lines, you could do round the letters, or you could do squares and things like that, couldn't you?
Absolutely, anything you fancy on the front. I mean, I did straight lines for that one.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, that's nice as well. So this one's got the straight lines on it. Nice, isn't it? Or you could do... I like both. I like the wiggly lines and I like the straight lines. OK, so then where do we go from there, then?
So that's the front of the bag done. So then it's onto the back. Now, the back has a pocket.
Right.
On it, so I'll move
I'll show you the pocket. I'll show you the pocket again if you didn't see it earlier. It's not a little pocket. It's a big, nice, big pocket there. Because obviously, if you are using it as a baby changing, you have to take so much stuff with you.
You do, and that's quite handy to have your wipes in. You want wipes easily accessible.
Oh, OK, easily accessible wipes could go
or
in there.
I did, anyway.
Yes.
Now, for the back, to get the pocket in, I've quilted each of the sections individually.
Right.
Again, it has to add up overall to 22 that way, so that with the seam allowances, it becomes 21, and this way it's the same, it's 18.5 with the 3-inch strip. OK, brilliant. So this is how I did it. These are 5-inch strips either side. Right. Popped it on some wadding that that was larger overall and just quilted it straight up and down all the way along.
Right. So that's the lovely Spectrum red Makower plain there. Very, very nice fabric. But obviously you could use see, what would look lovely was that, is that, what was it called, texture, the really lovely texture fabric would look nice.
It would look lovely in that. So I'll just trim the excess wadding. This is great. If you've made a quilt and you've got leftover pieces of wadding, it's great to use them up for things like this.
So you're just chopping away the excess. Now you finish the quilting, you're just chopping away the excess wadding.
Just neatening up the edges, yeah. Now the pocket needs to be lined, so...
Oh, yes, of course.
The central panel is 12 inches across.
Right.
And the pocket is 10 inches deep.
Deep. Oh, and obviously 12 inches across because you want it the same size. Oh, I see. You're going to sandwich that in your side panels, are you?
Yes. So there's some chunky seams, but actually wadding's not too difficult to
Did you
a few layers.
Change your needle, or did you just use your normal needle for all this wadding?
I use my normal needle, but it's always worth having a bit of an experiment because machines like different fabrics.
Of course they do, yeah. And also it depends how long you've been using that needle for, because they say, don't they, you're supposed to change your needle after every 8 hours of sewing.
Yes.
That's what they say, isn't it?
They do, because they become blunt and you don't want them to damage your fabric at all.
Of course.
Or, especially if you've spent a long time.
Yes, exactly.
On something. Right, so grab my lining piece.
Oh, Sandra's messaging straight away saying she loves the fabric. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, now she read the books to her children. Because, you know, he wrote, Eric, who wrote them, Eric Kahn, who wrote them, right? He wrote 70 books. He's written 70 books. He's written 70 books, and it's so popular. When we saw this, both Hayley, our production manager Hayley, and Hannah, when they knew that we had this fabric coming in, they were so excitable, I can't tell you.
This is the lining for the pocket, so I'll put them right sides together and I'm just going to sew along the top edge.
Okay,
brilliant. So I'll do that. I'm leaving red thread on the machine. So
okay.
But it'll be fine.
But you wouldn't see, you're not going to see it anyway, are you?
You might catch a glimpse of it in the top. It would be worth doing it in white, but just for the sake of time.
Yes, of course. So have you used white? Oh, then you've used the red on the one that we've got here, because so you could line the pocket in any of the other fabrics if you wanted to, couldn't you?
I mean, a glimpse of star fabric or something like that would be lovely inside the pocket.
Oh, yes. Or the spot fabric, stars or spots in there. Would look lovely, wouldn't they? Because the more colour and the more vibrancy gets lovely, isn't it?
It's such lovely bright fabric as well. You could, of course, pin this if you wanted to, beforehand. For the sake of time, and I'm not a huge user of pins, I'm going for it.
I suppose it depends how experienced you are, isn't it? And how, I mean, obviously we make you do a project in an hour. In real life, you're going to take your time doing this project, aren't you?
So I've sewn along with a quarter-inch seam allowance. I've sewn along the top edge. I'm going to flip that over. I'm just going to press this.
Oh, that's my cue.
I don't want the iron too hot because I don't want to...
Oh, OK.
Squidge the... Oh, no.
I'll just turn it down while we wait then.
Sounded like a bit of a command, sorry. Just to protect the wadding.
Now, have you top-stitched across the top? Will you top-stitch across the top?
No, I'm going to do that. It does make a difference. It just gives it that neater finish.
And also, I suppose, if you're putting your hand in and out the pocket to get the wipes, it'll not only look neater, it'll just give it that extra strength almost across the top of the pocket.
Bit of extra support.
Beautiful. The Makower fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really
nice to work
sturdy
with.
cottons, aren't they? We get lots and lots of emails and messages about the Makower fabrics, how much you love them. So...
And I'm just going to top stitch along here. Again, this will probably look better in white.
And how close to the top are you sewing?
Quite close to the edge. There's normally a guide on the foot that you can follow. Maybe... 3 or 4 millimetres down.
Yeah.
I'm doing everything in inches, and I chose to do that.
Yes, I was going to say. Well, it's funny how everyone swaps and changes, isn't it, between inches and millimetres.
It's because with quilting, it's always...
I quite like the red.
Do you like the red?
I like the red top stitch in there. But as you say, you can always do it in the white if you wanted to. So you're just stitching, the top stitching across the top of the pocket. This is going across the back of the bag.
That's right. So there we go, that's done. Now, just to make it easier to join, to fit the pocket later, I like to baste inside the seam allowance, all around the edges, just to hold the lining.
Oh, OK. And
I just find it easier than pinning, because I find pins get in the way and I get my...
Well, if you pin, and then you're going to be pinning the panels and the, you know what I mean? There's a lot of layers to start pinning. If you've got pins hidden in different layers, then, you know, you don't want to be leaving any pins in it, do you? The fabric that you're seeing there is the Hearts and Caterpillar fabric, £5.45 for half a metre, remember. It hasn't got it written on there, but it's for half a metre, remember, at £5.45, because that's how we sell our fabric in increments of half a metre. You're loving it, absolutely loving the fabric, the Hungry Caterpillar range of fabric. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's really nice. I like the large hearts as well.
Yeah, I love the thing is, I don't know how you're going to choose. You're going to love them all. It came out last year, I think, didn't it? Makower brought the range out last year of the Very Hungry Caterpillar, and it's the I Love You range, and it's just beautiful because, as I say, you could use it for like the panel for children's things and everything. But all the other fabrics are so versatile. You could make so many different things out of them, couldn't you? Very romantic as well. Lovely. Oh, do you know what? I'm seeing a makeup bag. I'm seeing a makeup
bag would be really nice.
Would be lovely, and a quilted makeup bag would be nice. We're using, obviously, you can see there, the I Love You. It's called a bunting panel. It's 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres. And I'll just show you a still of the panels while Joe's sewing the end there. Oh, look, there you go. It's lovely, isn't it? So you can either use it as a panel or, as Joe's doing, you can chop up pieces. As you can see, she's just used the central section of the panel for the bag. Right, next stage. OK, so the pocket's done, and then it's just a case of popping it on here. And I would baste, again, the pocket first across the bottom and then up either side, just to make sure it's positioned correctly on there. So, OK,
yep.
So when you baste, you always baste right close to the edge so that you're not going to see it. You don't have to be taking them out later on.
It's just instead of pinning, really. But yes, if they're within the seam allowance, you can just leave them in. And it adds a bit of extra strength and support as well.
Yes. Oh, of course it does, yeah.
So I'm just going to, turning it over the... Sorry.
I'll get this right.
We're turning over the top. The lining is just slightly longer on the bottom, so I'm just going to remove the excess just to make it a bit easier.
Using that lovely sewing quarter long ruler there as well. They've been very, very popular since we introduced those.
There we go.
Very, very useful. It seems that everybody uses that long, that size ruler as a basic essential piece for their kit.
It comes in handy for everything, yeah.
Oh, there it is there, 24 by 6 inches. What's that in centimetres? 61 by 15 centimetres. I love it because it's got the bright yellow giving you markings, and you've got the dots, the yellow and the black dots on it. It's fantastic. How much is it? £13.95.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I use... At the start of most projects, I need to straighten up the edge of the fabric, so I use it for that.
But it's got everything on it. It's got angles on it. It's got measurement on it. Hannah's got one. Producer Hannah's got one. She uses it to make measure her Christmas when she makes Christmas decorations. She uses it to measure out the Christmas decorations. Only at Christmas, obviously. She doesn't use it all year. She doesn't make Christmas decorations all year round. She makes lovely bunting, though. She just makes some lovely bunting using that. Oh, yes, that's... Hannah's just had an idea. Get half a metre of each of the fabrics and make, like, bunting for children's bedrooms and things, because it's lovely, bright colours, aren't they?
They look beautiful. I love bunting in children's rooms.
Yes, because you don't want to be changing. What that one I'm saying is, as your children get older, maybe you don't want to keep decorating, but you could keep adorning the room differently, couldn't you? As they get older. That's a good idea, that, Hannah.
Nice way of freshening up the room.
Oh, you're right there.
I'm fighting with
the machine this morning. So notice you do all these basting ones. One after, you just don't go round. You do one. You did the bottom, then you did that side, and now you're about to do the other side. You didn't just go round it in a U shape. Just in case it shifts. I want it definitely in place across the bottom, and then I do it either side. Brilliant. I'll just whiz down this side. It's gorgeous fabric. I mean, we're making this nappy baby changing bag, nappy bag, changing bag. But you could, it would be lovely as a beach bag, as we've just said, but you could use the fabrics in so many different ways, couldn't you? And everybody loves the hungry caterpillar, the very hungry caterpillar. Let us know if it's part of your bedtime to your children, reading to your children or whatever. Or if your children are grown up, did you read? Because everybody, it seems everybody in all the ages, everybody knows it, whether they had it read to them or they now read it to their children. 70, all around the world, apparently, in all different languages. Right.
OK, so once the pocket panel is assembled... Yes. Then it's a case of popping the sides on and then the strip across the bottom. So I'll do each side first.
OK.
So these seams, it is quite thick, but it's not... It goes through the machine.
I was just saying, you just have to be careful where the pocket joins, because that's where it's going to be its thickest,
it's that step, really.
Also, it's quite a simple... It looks complicated, but it's lots of lots of straight lines, isn't it? Just joined together. It's
just how it goes together that at first it looks like it might be complicated, but then once you see... No curves today.
Now, a lot of you are loving this red, but the red texture is very, very, very popular, the one we showed you earlier. I'll just show you a quick still of it and tell you. It's £4.95 for half a metre, remember. It's a really... Oh, look, it's lovely. It looks like... the way it's been... obviously, I've been printed, and it looks like it's got layers of paint, and then they've kind of squidged and scratched all over it. It's a really, really lovely texture. That's the one there for £4.95 across the bottom there, the red texture from the same range, the Makower Hungry Caterpillar red texture fabric. There it is in real life. It's just lovely, isn't it? So we've sewn down one side.
Got one side on. Pop the other one on.
Oh, hang on. Helen is loving the fabrics. Thank you, Helen. Oh, she's got 3 children, and they all loved the Hungry Caterpillar. Oh, so she's going to make her first order. Oh, Helen, your first order. Now, remember, if your first order's over £10, Helen, you get this lovely... Or I'll get Jay to pass me one over. You get the really, really lovely sewing kit, right? So it's worth £14.95. But... Thank you, Jay. Oh, tap. You get this free. If your first order is over £10... And you get this lovely... It's worth £14.95, this really lovely sewing kit. It's very handy. Now, especially Helen, if you've got 3 kids, you're racing around after them and their buttons are popping off and everything, you get that completely free if your first order, Helen, is over £10. Fabulous. Really, really lovely. So how are you doing there? Just coming down the bottom of the second panel now, second side panel.
Nearly done.
Lots and lots of you coming in for these fabrics. In a minute, I'll go through them all with you again. But I just want to see how Jo gets this bottom panel on.
So that's the sides, and the last one is just to pop this strip across the bottom.
So you're going to end up with 2 panels exactly the same size, aren't you? Front panel and your back panel.
And if they're not quite the same size, it's fine to trim them up just to make them... Because there won't be much in it.
Of course.
Because the size, really, give or take half an inch or so, won't matter at the end. If you want to take a larger seam allowance, maybe joining the panels as well, as long as that's worked in.
And you've done 1/4-inch seam allowance on all these, have you, as well?
I have.
So, yeah. Sharon's asking the question, Jo.
OK.
OK, which is this fabric here? Can I just take that piece from you? Sharon's asking what the fabric is that Jo's using. Well, this is it. This isn't how you'll get it. This is one of Jo's panels that she's going to use in a little while. This is called Hearts and Caterpillars. Hearts and Caterpillars, Sharon. There it is, £5.45 for half a metre. Jo's using it for the back panel and the pocket in the bag. But it's lovely. You could use it for so many other things, couldn't you? It's really, really cute, isn't it? Oh, now, because Jo, for people who don't know you, you're a toy designer, soft toy designer as well, aren't you?
I am.
You could use this really beautifully on, like, a baby's first teddy bear or something like that, like the teddy bears we did yesterday.
It would have been lovely.
Gorgeous, couldn't they?
Because it's really soft
and such good
as well.
Quality. Yeah. But give it a good wash, make the teddy bear out of it, and it's going to make them... quality. And you know what? First teddy bears, you keep and you keep and you keep, don't you?
You do.
Forever. I'll put those back for Joe. Oh, my message from Marie. Oh, Marie, thank you. She loves the programme, loves all the demonstration, loves all the ideas and all the fabrics and notions. Oh, Marie and her friends are all addicted to the programme already. That's lovely to hear. Thank you, Marie. That's really sweet of you. Now, what's the next stage?
The next stage, I would do the handles.
OK, OK, let me show you those. Are they on the straight or are they on the bias?
They're on the straight.
On the straight. OK, I'll let you show us how to do those, if that's all right.
With this ruler, I just straightened up the edge of the fabric and I just cut with the fabric strips.
Oh, OK. How wide were the strips?
They were 6 inches wide and 28 inches long.
Right.
Here's what I've done. To strengthen them up, I wanted 1.5 inch wide straps.
Right.
So it's 6 inches wide. But then I folded it and pressed it in half and then pressed each of the sides into the centre. It does use that bit more fabric to do it this way, but it means you don't have to turn them right side out. You can just stitch down either side. So turn them inside out is done. And it makes them stronger, it makes them more resilient because they're that extra thickness of fabric.
And then you've top-stitched along.
Just top-stitched along either side.
Edges. Does that make it stronger, the top-stitching?
It does, and neatens it off as well, gives it a nice finish.
This is the fabric Joe's used here, the Spectrum solid fabric. Half a metre bright red, £3.25 for half a metre that. But, you know, if you use the I'll go over and show you the fabrics in the texture. Excuse me, the red texture fabric would look lovely there, wouldn't it?
I think it worked really well. It's I love the squiggles in it and the detail.
Is that a technical term, squiggles?
Squiggles, yes. Yeah. It's...
OK, so you're going to stitch that...
Should I top stitch down these?
Yeah, top stitch down that one.
OK. And you want to go quite close to the edge, but whatever you're comfortable with.
OK. Whilst you do that, because you're just doing 2 straight stitches.
I am.
Don't do anything else until I come back.
OK.
Oh, no, I'm not being bossy. I'm not being bossy, because I know what it's like. People at home are watching, and if they're watching for the demonstration, they never want to miss out on that. But so many people asking about the fabrics. Come with me, and I'll just take you through the fabrics one more time, because they are beautiful. Oh, loads of you telling us how much you love the Very Hungry Caterpillar. Patricia, thank you for your message. Oh, she read the book to her daughter when she was little. That's nice, isn't it? This is the panel that the whole... we've based this whole design on. It's 60 centimetres. You buy it by the panel. You don't buy it by the half metre, this one. This is a panel, right? And this comes at 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres. You get the whole panel. You know it's Makower, so you know it's good quality. It's the I Love You... They call it the bunting panel from the I Love You range for the Hungry Caterpillar. £6.95. Now, so what Joe's used for this bag is she's just taken that central... I'll lift it up. She's just taken that central bit, you see, that love bit there. She's just taken that love bit from the middle. Oh, sorry. There you go. That's what she's used for this one. It's lovely, isn't it? So that's the panel. And then we've teamed it with... Well, you could team it with all these different fabrics. This is a cot quilt. We're going to show you later how to do out of these fabrics. They're all beautiful within their own right, aren't they? We love this. Stars. They're gorgeous. Now, it's what? Sorry, Hannah? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. It's like the distinct style of the illustrations within the book, isn't it? This is the Stars fabric, £5.45. You can see there how good the quality is. This good for boys and girls, you know, whether you're making the changing bag or the cot mat or anything, cushions for a child's bedroom, anything, little soft toys. You can use it for babies and toddlers, couldn't you? That's £5.45 for half a metre. Remember, no matter how many pieces you buy, how many things you buy during the day, it's still only 1p. So, do you know what I would do? Is if you put it in your basket, check it out. If you know you definitely want it, check it out. And then at the end of the day, they just consolidate the whole thing. And you get 1p at the end of the day. This is the other fabric that Joe's been using here. This is the hearts with caterpillars. It's very, very, very popular. Lovely little sweethearts. They're like confetti hearts, although almost those, aren't they? Really, really gorgeous. Again, the good quality, nice, bright, fresh background in the white, and then all those lovely little hearts, all done again with the same kind of colours and pretend textures you've got in all the other pieces. Then this is proving very, in fact, I'm going to take it out, very, very popular today. This is stunning, isn't it? Look at that. I'll open it all the way up for you. That would be gorgeous just for your stash, wouldn't it? Could be the back of a cushion, could be the front of a cushion, could be something you do a plique on as well. That would look lovely as a background for a plique, wouldn't it? Really, really lovely. £4.95 for half a metre. It's very versatile fabric, that, isn't it? Because if you took it away from, even though it's part, it's the red, sorry, start again. Still part of the Hungry Caterpillar range, but take it away from the ones that we're using. That could be a very, very glamorous, really, really glamorous, beautiful, beautiful base for anything that you're going to make out of that. That is really lovely. I'll just put that on the table and Jay can tidy that one up in a minute because I've got to show you this one. Right. I said there was a little caterpillar hiding. He's not that little, but he's sleeping every so often. There he is, look. So it's really the hearts fabric, the really, really gorgeous, gorgeous hearts fabric. But then look, there's a sleepy. He's sleeping, ready to turn into a beautiful butterfly there. At £5.45 for half metre. Again, look at the textures within the hearts. This is obviously what I've got in my hand here is a metre, though this is 2 units here. But we sell our fabrics by the half metre increments. That is beautiful. That is absolutely gorgeous. And it goes so well, you can mix and match it with those 2 heart fabrics that look gorgeous together, wouldn't they? Then last but not least, well, not last, I've got 2 more to show you. I love this, spots. It's called spots, this one. Now, again, if you didn't want to put it with the caterpillar fabric, you just wanted to use it as an older child's bedroom, or in fact, I'd have that in my house. I love that fabric. I love the colours. It's called spots. It's half a metre for £5.45. Remember. Really, really, really lovely, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And then last but not least, now I need to warn you that this is selling incredibly quickly. This is selling incredibly quickly. It's the red, now it's the Spectrum bright red Makower fabric. It's from our Spectrum range, solids. It's called the solids range. If you don't want red, you can go to the website. You can see all the different colours that we do. It's a really lovely, staple, good quality, bright red fabric, 50 centimetres for £3.25 for half a metre. OK, we've got lots and lots of new viewers on today. If you have any problems purchasing, just ring the call centre. 0800 112 4433. They're brilliant. They're there to help you. They know all. If they don't know the answer, they'll get back to you with the answer. It's as simple as that. Or you can go to the website. www.sewingquarters.com. If you're new and you're thinking, oh, I'll look at that and I'll go to the web shop to buy it. When the item is actually in the show, it's best to buy it if you click on the watch and buy show. And then put it in your basket on the right-hand side there, because that's the best way to do it. But any questions, just send them in to either Hannah or go through to the call centre. Right, I'm coming back, because we need to get this bag sorted, because we're over halfway through the show now.
Right, so we've done both straps.
Yes.
I am whizzing through this, so I would neaten up, straighten off edges here and there, but that one's slightly longer. But right, with the ruler now, measure 5 inches from the side.
Oh, because you're putting your straps on, yes, yeah.
Popping the straps on. About there. Let's see. I'll pop a pin in there.
There's the square ruler, the patchwork square template there, £13.95.
Are the pins about?
Oh, are there not pins out? There should be pins here. Let me get you some.
Oh, there's here.
Oh.
Pin cushion. Right behind me.
That's Lucy's.
I love that pin cushion.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
There we go. With the straps, you want to make sure they're not twisted.
Yes. What's the best way of making sure it's not? Because that knot doesn't look twisted, but you have to actually make sure that it's got the curve in it.
It does curve, but if it was...
Yes.
Like
all
that,
right. Noted. So you measured 5 inches in from this edge, and you're measuring 5 inches in from that edge as well.
And I'll pop a pin in, and as always, I'll base these in.
Yes. But also that's going to... Not only is it going to hold it still, it's also going to add to the strength of the handles,
It will.
Because I imagine all that baby equipment that you have to carry around if you go out for the day with your baby in a pram. You have to take an awful lot of stuff with you, don't you?
All sorts, at least 2 changes of clothes.
Oh, really?
For the baby.
Oh, for the baby? Yeah, I was going to say, I do that anyway.
And because only one section of the panel's been used, you could make a small change mat to go in it that you could keep in the bag.
Oh, look at you. We could make one of those later, couldn't we? If we've got time.
I'm not convinced there'll be time.
All right, then. We're making a lovely baby cot quilt later, or toddler cot quilt later. It's very, very nice. Using the same fabrics and same panel. That's in the 10 o'clock show. 10 o'clock show. Oh, Harriet. Harriet said she had it read to her when she was a little girl, and she now reads it to her children. That's nice, isn't it? It's nice, isn't it? You can pass things through the generations. Well, you read it to... Did you know it when you were a child? Did Helen read it to you?
I can't remember it from when I was a child, but I've definitely read it to both my boys. We've got a couple of copies at home.
Oh. No, I don't remember, but I'm a lot older than everybody here, sadly. Yeah. Only being 39, I'm still older than everybody else.
And if you just want to double-check before that they're on this...
Oh, yes,
that's
a good little tip, yeah. So you're just going to base those into place
Just going to base those on.
Janice is asking what thread you're using. It's the Gutermann. Is it the Gutermann you're using there?
It is.
Yeah, the Gutermann. Go on, Janice, on the website, my love. Got all sort of... how many colours have we got, Hannah? I can't remember how many they told in that meeting. Lots. They keep updating, so it gets more and more each day. There's lots and lots of different colours of Gutermann. And what I love about the Makower fabrics is down the selvage, you actually get all the different colours they've been using. So if you're matching other fabrics or other threads or something, you can just match it. You can take the selvage with you to, if you were going to go somewhere, or check from the website with us, and you could just check the colours and match the colours easily. Oh, Linda says, can we do a dinosaur day?
A dinosaur day would be great.
Have you got a dinosaur pattern?
I have. I've made a T-Rex not too long ago.
Well, actually, it was on the news I was driving in today. Aren't they going to make a hairy mammoth again? They've got DNA from a hairy mammoth, a bone or something like that, and they're going to create a hairy mammoth. A long hairy mammoth. Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, it's on the news. Must be true. Right, so what's next?
Next step is to sew the front and the back together. So I will pin this first but I'll do it quite quickly. Well,
you've got lots of layers. It's best to... I'll be your assistant. Here you go. Very good to stitch lots of layers together like that, isn't it?
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you literally just pinning the corners?
I'm not going to put tons in.
OK.
I've got to box the corners yet, so...
OK, so I'll just help you pin this. Lots of people asking which panel you've used. I'll show you the panel in a second. There's no rush, don't worry.
So I would have trimmed...
Yes, yeah.
That effect.
But you could also trim it down once you've stitched as well,
couldn't
you? Yes. Does the wadding, when you're quilting the wadding on the fabric, does it distort the fabric slightly? Does it take it from being a square, or is it just... because that's wiggly lines, it's just a visual thing. It
can do, especially this way, can make it contract a bit, but just give it a bit of a
tug.
A bit of a pull bout.
And use it, if you're going to iron the fabric, use it with a cooler iron with wadding, do you?
Yes, just so it doesn't melt or lose some of its bounce. Okay, right.
OK, so you're just going to stitch around three sides of that now, are you?
Yes, and I would use a larger seam allowance for this, just so you've got the extra, just to make sure you've definitely got a good seam all the way around.
So larger seam allowance all the way around the outside of the bag?
Yes, and it doesn't matter. I'm going to use the width of the foot.
OK,
just as a
right, while you do that, because it's just... OK, let's just see the width of the foot there, and then...
So it's a centimetre, half an inch-ish, that sort of...
OK.
Sorry, can you...
Oh, sorry, yes.
Let's pop that there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Save me scattering pins.
So you're going to carry that around the 3 sides. While you do that, who was it asked about the panel and which piece we'd use? Vivian, my love. Vivian asked which bit of the panel we're using. Now, the panel's huge. It's 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres, and it comes in sort of 3 sections, doesn't it? And what's done, I'll just show you the panel now. And what Jo's used, there you go, she's just used the centre of the panel. You get the whole panel, I'll show you in a second, but she just used the centre section, just with the L-O-V-E, love. Have a look at the whole panel, you see. £6.95. I love you, Bunting. You get the whole of that for £6.95. And Jo's just used, Vivian, Jo's just used that middle section there. OK, another message from Karen. She said, I've just turned on, and have you got what? There it is. There it is. She said, have you got the I Love You panel? I've been looking everywhere for it. We have indeed. There it is, £6.95. Give us a call straight away. 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, you go on the web, www.sewingquarter.com. Karen, how perfect was that, tuning in just as we did it? We're making a baby changing bag. Was that what we call it? Baby changing bag. Now, we're going to show you how to make a cock quilt with it later, but there's so many other things you can make. Let us know what you're going to make with it. It's very, very fascinating. Right, this is what Hannah's decided she's going to do for a friend of hers who's just had a baby, is she's going to quilt the panel, and then using the fabrics and cutting it up and everything, she's going to put pockets on it, and so it's big enough to hang on the back of the bedroom door, and you can put all the baby things in it that you need, like the cream and the wrapped up nappies, and what else do you need for a baby? Also, talcum powder.
Pseudocreme muslins and all sorts. Big.
Oh, that's for here when you
yeah. To protect your shoulders.
I know that one. Oh, you could use it. You know what? I could make one for Norman and Ellie, and I could keep all their treats in there. The trouble is with Norman and Ellie, they'd be scrabbling up the Norman and Ellie are my cats, by the way, scrabbling up the back of the door to try and get to the treats in the tidy. Yes. After you've done the 3 sides, what comes next? What's the next stage after that?
To box the corners, just to give the bag a bit of a base.
That's this here. I'll just show you on the actual bag. I'm going to create that box corner there at the bottom. So it's got an actual flat bottom.
Yes.
A flat bottom. OK.
Right, to box the corners, you need to pull the corners apart, and they're going to just be folded in a different direction. So if I open the seams up, and you want the top seam, the side seam and the bottom seam to run together, to match up.
Right.
And then going to sew across.
It's as simple as that to box a corner?
It is.
How do you know how far to stitch down? How far do you know to stitch it?
It depends how big a base you want on the bag.
Because yours has worked perfectly to the bottom of the panel and everything like that, hasn't it?
I have just followed sort of along the
seam line. Oh, brilliant.
I'll pop a pin in. Just to check that they line up, I like to...
Yes. Oh, yeah, because if you don't line them up, they won't match. When you box it through, you'll have a funny junction going on.
So there we go. So I've pinned through.
Yeah.
And then... it's a good idea to use a ruler and to mark a line to follow.
Yes.
But for the sake of time, I'm just going to...
Yeah, because she's got 5 or 6 minutes left, so we should be fine.
Just going to go for it.
I did try and warn you, the bright red fabric, the Makower Spectrum bright red solid, sold out. Sold out. But you need the texture fabric would look lovely with it as well, wouldn't it? So we're just here. Let's have a look at the corners going in, the boxed off corners.
It is worth spending a bit more time and care over these than I've done, but...
Such a simple thing, isn't it? And yet, if you didn't have it, your bag would just tip over, whereas when it's full, it's got a nice, sturdy bottom, as it were.
And then, once you've done that, cut off, with a good ½ inch, cut off the excess and just zigzag along there for a bit of extra support.
OK.
Shall I do the other corner?
Yeah, go on then. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're stitching across each of those to create that panel at the bottom almost that your bag. So when the thing's in it, it'll sit upright and you won't have it rolling. And we've got nothing in it, obviously, at the moment, but it's not going to roll over. And that must be if you're a mum, you know, out with a child, you must have so many things. The least fuss, the better, really, isn't it?
Yes, and lots of small things that could easily roll out of a bag if it tipped up.
Yes. And you're tired as well because the child's kept you up all night. Well, no, Natasha, you know, our other presenter, she's put a Facebook status this morning saying her little boy, for the first time in his life, he's 3, I think, now, isn't he, Freddie? For the first time in his life, he didn't come into her bed last night. He just slept through the night on his own. And she's kind of very happy that he's done it, but she's also very sad that he's done it. There must be all these lovely stages of bringing up children, you see. I
had a point where I thought... I got to a point where I thought, I really enjoy these night feeds because it's quiet, it's just me and the baby. And I thought, no, now I quite enjoy it.
That they don't come anywhere near you, during the night.
And as soon as I had that thought, he never woke up for a night feed ever again.
Oh, no! That's right, isn't it? Be careful what you wish... Oh, no, that's the opposite, isn't it? Be careful what you wish for. So now, would you cut off that excess, or does it stay inside the bag?
I'd cut off the excess. It's about ½ inch seam allowance. Cut it off, zigzag. I'm not sure. I'll show the bottom of the bag. So then, it's got its base. I'm not going to trim them now. Zigzag.
Yes, yes, yeah.
I'll get on with the lining. So that's the main body of the bag done.
What weight wadding? Somebody's messaging saying, what weight wadding did you use?
I just use a general all-purpose. This is from just a piece of crib size wadding.
If you go to the website, you can see all the different waddings we've got there.
It doesn't need to be too thick. You want just quite a lightweight one.
OK, I've only got 5 minutes to left, but we've got a message that we've got to read out, apparently. Oh, Karen, who messaged in earlier, she's got the panel. No, for our new granddaughter who was born 10 minutes ago. Oh, congratulations, Karen. Granny Karen. Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's lovely, lovely message. Right, lining.
Lining, so same...
Sorry, Karen, got to get on, you see.
21 inches, so it's the same size as the bag before it was stitched together. So right sides together. I'm going to sew from the top edge down to about here, leaving a space in the bottom of the bag. Do that on both sides, so you need a turning space.
So you're leaving one completely unstitched.
Completely unstitched.
And then 2 sides fully stitched, and then the third one with a little gap to bag through.
Yes, so sort of 2 L shapes on either side.
I'll let you do that. This fabric that Joe's using here, this is the Hearts and Caterpillars fabric. They're all very, very, very popular. I've got now. We've got another show coming up at 10 o'clock. We're using the Hungry Caterpillar fabrics and I Love You range. We're going to make a baby cock quilt, so there will be more chance to get these at 10 o'clock.
I'm using with the foot seam allowance again because that's what I did for the bag.
Oh yes, that's what you did for the side of the bag, wasn't it? While Joe's showing that, I'll just show you all the different fabrics available there. The bunting isn't there. The one that's at the top, the Hearts and Caterpillars one, is the top right hand, which is the confetti with the little caterpillars on there. There's also over there the stars on the top line there. The stars. £5.45 for ½ a metre, really gorgeous. The illustrations are done like in the book. You'll recognise the kind of that style of illustration from the book. That's the stars. Then we move on to the Hearts and Caterpillars. Now, hang on, that's the top one again. That's the top one again. Hearts and Caterpillars, that's the top one again. Then, if we move down to the next shelf, the big hearts with the odd caterpillar. It's not an odd caterpillar, with the random caterpillar there. That is Hearts fabric. That's £5.45 for ½ a metre. Then, if we move across to there, there's that gorgeous... Now, this, you see, because we've sold out of the plain red, this would make the most lovely backing fabric. It's called Red Texture. £4. Oh, that's £4.95 for half a metre. That one, that's very good value for money, that one. And then last but not least, you've got the spots at the bottom, which I absolutely adore. All the colours all do match in with each other, but you could use all of them as completely separate. The stars and the spots and the texture, you could use those for a lot. If you didn't want anything to do with that very hungry caterpillar, want to do something else, you could use those fabrics as well, couldn't you? Very, very beautiful, beautiful. And the quality is out of this world. You all know Makower fabrics. The cotton they use, they only use top quality cottons, don't they? Really, really lovely. I have to be your hands, don't I, your fingers to tell you, but it feels, especially when it's got that little amount of quilting in there, it feels so soft and gorgeous, that. Really, really nice. We like the wiggly quilting. Or you could do straight quilting, or you could do round the letter quilting. It's up to you. Depends what stage you're at. And always practice, though, wouldn't you say? Use a bit of your other stash fabric to practice on first. Don't just, if it's your first attempt, don't just go for it in case you're not as good as you thought you might be.
I think, especially making a quilt can be a bit daunting, a bit intimidating. So it's good to start on smaller quilting projects.
OK.
OK, so I've sewn down the sides, left a gap.
Yep.
At this point, I would box the corners in exactly the same way as I did that.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
So that it's exactly the same, the lining size-wise.
Yes.
And then...
If we are going too fast for you, you can always use watch all these again on YouTube later on. Just search for sewing quarter on YouTube.
I am racing a bit now. With the bag the right way out.
Yes.
Pop it inside the lining so that the right sides are together.
Yeah.
Position the handles in.
Pop the handles in, yeah.
And then the next job is to pin these edges together and sew around the top so it's all joined at the top. So I'll start pinning that.
Yeah, I've only got a minute left. So what you're going to do is you're going to stitch all the way around. I'll show it on the real one. You're going to stitch all the way around there.
All the way down.
Which is the opening of the bag. Pull it through.
Pull it through. And then,
is that right? Yes?
Yes.
You tell me.
And then give this edge a bit of a press, just a light press with an iron.
Yeah.
And then top stitch all the way round just to hold the lining inside the bag. And then just close up the bottom. And then you've got, then the bottom, you just stitched across the bit at the bottom where the opening was that you pulled it through. Yes. Fantastic. Also,
go on.
Sorry, can I ask?
No.
It's also worth just going over the straps a couple of times. Once you've sewn these two together and you're happy with the lining, just reinforce the straps just to make sure they're
really lovely. And what a gorgeous, gorgeous piece that is. You're going to be back in an hour's time making a baby cock quilt out of the same fabric and the same panels. So go nowhere, but, and if you've got any questions about this, we can also answer them in the next show at 10 o'clock with Joe. Don't go anywhere. We've got Sammy Claridge coming up next with, using Dashwood fabrics, we're going to be making a little girl's dress that doesn't need a pattern. Thank you ever so much. I know we rushed you at the end there. But any questions, just send them in. I'll see you in 3 minutes from now.
My name's Sammy Claridge and I run an online fabric supplies store, and I freelance, do projects for magazines like Simply Sewing and Molly Makes. I've been sewing all my life. My mum taught me. She was a seamstress in the West End in the 60s and she was always very practical. My dad was practical too. He got me making things in the garage with him, and my granddad taught me to paint, so I've got a very creative background luckily. I think my favourite thing to make is probably accessories, so handbags and zip-top bags, anything small and neat. I like things that I can get finished quite quickly. I'm quite an impatient sewer. So I would say, yeah, small crafty projects, quick things to make. My top sewing tip to any viewers would be to take your time, in daylight hours if you can, setting aside some time to do the project. Why do I want to work with immediate media? About 6 years ago, I saw the initial layout pages for Molly Makes. Before it was even together as a magazine, it was just literally storyboard images of the hands holding the reels of thread and things like that. And I knew that was a publication that I wanted to work with. And as soon as Immediate Media bought Molly Makes magazine, I knew that they were a company that I wanted to work with. They have a way of producing things that is to a certain quality level that no other magazine seems to be able to do. I've been in the industry for a long time, so to see it come to a level where it's now going to be accessible to so many more people, and to be able to practically see people doing skills and teaching techniques on TV, where you can fast forward and rewind and watch over and over again, and it's going to be invaluable to the community. Plus, it gets those gorgeous fabrics and trimmings and tools that you may not know what to do with a tool. You know, we can teach you that, and we can show you the best way to use it, and then, you know, you can pass those skills on to your friends. I think I'm really looking forward to learning new skills. I am primarily a dressmaker and a craft sewist, so I'm really looking forward to watching the quilting segments and learning new techniques within the quilting segments, because that's something I've done in the past, but it's not something that I have excelled in the past. And yeah, looking forward to learning new skills from my fellow designers, really.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Hello, hello, I'm John Scott, and you're watching The Sewing Quarter, a brand new shopping channel with a difference for everything to do with sewing. That's what it is, everything to do with sewing. We bring you fun, we bring you innovation, we bring you ideas, we bring you fabulous designers and demonstrators, just brilliant. Now, this next show, we're using Dashwood fabrics. I've got Sammy Claridge here, you all know Sammy, but we've got Sammy Claridge here, and but before I go over, what we're doing today is making this gorgeous, now it could be a little girl's dress, or it could be a top, couldn't it? But it's really, really lovely, it's very on trend. If you went down the high street and saw a top like that, what price tag would you put on that? I mean, it's just cute, isn't it? Really, it goes with so many things. But do you know what? You could wear that on a summer's day for a picnic, couldn't you? But you could also dress it up or dress it down. Do you know what I mean? I'll go into my fashion guru tones here. But do you want to look at the fabric before I go over and see Sammy Claridge? Sorry, she's not clammy at all. Have a look at the lovely. These are so delicate. These fabric, this floral one here, I mean, they're by Dashwood, so you know, again, like all the fabrics bring you top quality. This one's called Mille Fleurs. Isn't that a cake? Isn't that the one with all the lots of like, pastry and cream and custard? No, Hannah said it's not on her slimming regime, so she doesn't know. Isn't it gorgeous, though? I'll get it out and waft it in a minute. £5.95 for half a metre. Really, really delicate, beautiful flowers. But what I love, as well, is look at the colours in the geometric pink. A completely different print, and yet it's got the same colourway in it, and that's really beautiful, isn't it? Sort of, if you could mix and match your delicates with your geometric, couldn't you? But really, really gorgeous. This one is called the Geo fabric, the Mille Fleurs Geo fabric, at £5.95 for half a metre. Remember, our fabrics do come in half-metre increments. I've just got two solids to show you as well that go really, really beautifully with them. If you didn't want to mix and match those, but you wanted a trimming or something to go with, then these two look really, really lovely, because the dark blue picks up the dark blue leaves in the floral print above it there. It is our Spectrum Solid fabric by Makower in the dark blue. £3.25 for half a metre, remember. Just get it for your stash. It's the most beautiful, beautiful colour. Then this is the most beautiful, beautiful pink here. It's one of those... it's not a bright fuchsia, it's not a vibrant pink, it's got a lovely, lovely subtle tone to it, and it's a really gorgeous part, again, of they're calling it baby pink, but I don't think it's a baby pink, I think it's more of like a grown-up sophisticated pink than a baby pink. It is a gorgeous, but it matches in beautifully with all these. Anyway, let's go on to... Oh, what else can you make out of it? I know. Cushions, handbags, everything. All sorts of things out of this fabric. Get your ideas in. But this is cute. Hello, Sammy.
Hello.
Mwah. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
This is so cute, isn't it?
Isn't it adorable?
And it looks quite complicated, but I believe it's quite simple.
So simple. It's
Okay.
really, really easy to do and no pattern required.
Oh, OK. Do they need a pen and paper? Do the viewers need a pen and paper to write down any sizes or how they get the size?
Well, yes. All you need to do is measure the person or child that you're making it for.
Yes.
So that's all you need to do, and then you can just...
The thing is, you're calling that a child's dress. That would make the most... If you made it for a grown-up, it'd make the most lovely summer
top as well.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you just would need to make the armhole slightly deeper. But yes, absolutely. There's no reason why you can't make the same thing.
Very good. If you're teaching a child or a grandchild a little bit of sewing technique, because we've got half term now or next week in some places, or the Easter holidays coming up soon. Love little sewing project you could do together, isn't it? So where do we start?
Really simple techniques so that the kids... You absolutely can make it with you or as well. So, that's fine. So we would start by measuring our child. Okay. Obviously, we don't have one here. But you would normally measure them at the widest part. So I normally, with children, would do, obviously, the chest measurement because, obviously, they don't really have hips at that point. And then you just need to make sure that your fabric... length to go around because this is one piece of fabric.
Oh, OK.
So we haven't got any seams. We've only got one seam at the back.
Oh,
and again,
wow.
That's really good for a lot of kids because a lot of children don't like lots of seams. Some of them get quite irritated by them. Yeah. So again, this would be great for that. And also, if you've just got a little... I mean, this took 75 centimetres to make this size.
Oh, OK. But it depends on what size you need.
Yes, absolutely.
So you need
but
to
obviously,
buy
that would depend on the length.
You need to buy a metre.
Yes. But obviously, you'd have enough to do, and then a metre would give you enough to make an even longer one, which is what we're going to do today.
Exactly. So cute. The fabric. So are you using the same one? Yeah, the same fabric.
We're using the same fabric, and I'm just using, because we haven't got a little one to measure here, I'm going to use the full width of the fabric.
Oh, okay.
I want it to be nice and full. So this is, I think Dashwood is 1.15 m.
Wide. Yes,
yeah, just a little bit wider than 1.10 m. So this is 1.15 m by half a metre.
So this is half a metre. So this is what you get for one unit of the fabric is half a metre.
This is a little bit longer, 55.
Oh, OK.
So it will end up being 50 by the time we turn the top over and done a little hem on the bottom.
So you're going to need to buy a metre, basically.
Yes,
to make this top in this size, you're going to need to make it by a metre.
The other thing we were saying is that obviously the first show that I did, we did a frill. And wouldn't this look just adorable with a little frill on the bottom? Once they started to grow taller, because obviously kids do tend to grow taller rather than wider at a certain age, pop a little frill on the bottom and it goes on even further.
Oh, like a little rah-rah skirt on the bottom.
Yeah, like
or
a
frou-frou.
Yes.
Right, so
I'm going to start by folding my fabric with right sides facing.
Right.
Because I've literally just cut this straight out of the fabric. So I'm just going to fold it right sides facing and line up my selvage. The good thing about using the selvage is that obviously we don't have to worry about finishing that back seam.
Oh, of course.
Because it's not going to fray out, so you can use that fine. And also, I sometimes really like the selvage. I mean, they've got all the little colours and everything on the edge.
I think it's fantastic.
And some fabrics have like little pictures and stuff, so, might as well make use of it.
Of course.
And then we're just going to literally run a straight stitch, lining it up as straight as we can. There we go. I'm just going to pop a straight stitch right down the back seam.
Any particular size straight stitch?
Kind of as narrow as possible. We want this to last, so we want to make sure that the stitching is not super small, but kind of just a normal...
Yes.
I think I've got it on a 2.2 on this machine, so just over a 2. And I'm going with a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Again, slightly larger seam allowance. Well, it's a dressmaking seam allowance.
Yes.
I, again, would leave it larger because, again, you've got a little bit of room to manoeuvre there as well. Obviously, this is quite a full dress.
Yes.
But we want a little bit of room to manoeuvre if we can. A little bit of extra seam allowance always helps. That's what I hate about clothes that you buy in the shops these days, that all the seam allowances are so small, there's no room to manoeuvre.
Or they're overlocked off automatically,
yeah.
so there's nothing you can't...
And you often get that kind of pulling at the seams, which is very frustrating. So, there we go. So what we've ended up with there is a big tube. Let's go back a little bit. There we go. There we are. Big old tube of fabric. We're going to move that so that the join, I'm going to need to get the iron out in a moment.
Yeah, iron's out.
Fabulous.
I just turned the heat up, actually, because it was on cool for the last show.
Lovely. So there we go. I'm just going to flatten this out so that my seam line is now running in the middle of the fabric, down the centre back.
Centre back.
There we go.
Okay.
Do you want to swap these for a moment?
Yeah, of course. While you're ironing, I'll just show you this lovely little thread pack that we've got.
Great.
It's really gorgeous, especially if you're just starting up, because you've got your lovely Gutermann threads here in a variety of colours. Oh, hang on, let me turn it around that way so you can see there you go, the colours in there. Pale pink at the bottom, which would look lovely with this. You've got the white at the top, then you've got the red, the purple, the indigo, the blue, the green, and the cerise pink in there. £8.95. That's really lovely, isn't it? We had a question earlier about the Gutermann. We said, you know, it's a really lovely Gutermann thread. Now, you can buy them individually on the web if you want to, but if you just want a lovely pack to go together, that's really, really lovely, isn't it? Also, if you've got a friend who's just setting up their workroom or just starting off with their sewing, that'd be a lovely gift, wouldn't it? A really lovely gift because it's something you've thought of. And it's got a really lovely range of colours in it.
Useful, because so often they come with like a red and a navy, and if you're not a navy person, what are you going to use navy blue for?
No, exactly, but they're all lovely colours that are going to mix and match so beautifully together, aren't they? Lovely. OK, so you've ironed that.
I've actually ironed the whole thing, and I've ironed the seams down the side because we're going to use the side seams to do the armholes, so I want to make sure I know exactly where they're going to go.
So a lot of the time there would be a side seam, but you're pressing in a crease,
so you know where the sides are. I know where the side seams are. Yeah, I'm just going to do that one again. Also, it gives the fabric a lovely iron whilst we're at it. Yes. There we go. Pop that there so I don't burn myself. No. Swap back again.
Beautiful, isn't it? This is the fabric that we're using here. The Mille Fleurs Flowers by Dashwood.
So pretty. I love this fabric.
What do you need?
Pinking shears.
Oh.
I added them in at the last minute, that's probably why.
Oh, maybe, yes.
So normally I don't have to. You know, normally I would pop a line of pinking across the bottom because we're just going to fold, again, a reasonable sized hem because, again, as the kids grow, we want to give them, you know, a reasonable amount of growth. Of course. So that you can keep moving it down if you need to.
Oh, yes. I think, are you bringing them, Jay, for us? I think he's just bringing us pinking shears.
All righty. I'm just going to straighten up the bottom edge here anyway because we've got a little bit of excess. There.
Oh, no, I love these scissors. These should be named after you, really, shouldn't they? Yeah. Because you love everything rose gold.
I do.
These lovely rose gold scissors here. Rose gold plated scissors. Really, really gorgeous.
They are really pretty. Just gonna... There
you go. Press the bottom there.
You can see how good. You can see how good these are.
Oh, sorry.
You can see how good these are because obviously I'm snipping off the smallest little amount here just to straighten it off, and it's just grabbing really well so that we've got the smallest little
Not just a pretty face, are they, those scissors?
No, absolutely.
They're gorgeous, though. That rose gold looked fabulous in your workroom. OK, so we've got pinky shears.
It appeared from nowhere. I love that. I love that when that happens. Right, so I'm literally just going to... I need to stop saying that literally. Just going to pink across the bottom. And again, you can tell these are good pinking shears because I'm just, again, snipping really close to the edge, which I wouldn't normally choose to do. If you're pinking, it's nicer if you can pink into a deeper amount of fabric. But you can see how small a piece I'm taking off here. So how delicate.
What would be the benefit of doing the pinking shears? Then?
Again, because we've used the back edge here, obviously this isn't going to fray. Yes. But this would, if we left it raw and obviously did a big hem that we didn't want to double fold. Which, again, you could double fold if you wanted to. Yes. But obviously with the kids, I like to leave them quite long. And obviously this is kind of a floaty fabric dress, cotton. So we want to leave it being as floaty as possible. And obviously if you do double fold hem, it's going to get quite stiff at the bottom. So we want it to be still quite light and breezy. So by using the pinking shears, it means we don't have to do that double fold. Also... I quite like the look of pinking shears. Yes. Like pinked edges. I think they look quite neat and tidy.
So just the other day you showed us, I can't remember who you did, you kind of rubbed the fabric to show that it's going to stop it from fraying.
Yeah, see, you don't get any, I mean, obviously if you pick at it, you'll get a few little bits off, but then it will stop doing that. So you can see, still looks perfect. I've just been rubbing that backwards and forwards.
OK, thank you. So this is the hem. We're still at the hem at the moment.
Yes, I'm doing the hem. Doesn't actually matter because this is a not directional fabric.
Multi-direction.
Obviously, if you're using a fabric that has a direction, you want to be a bit more careful about it. So I'm going to fold up. I'm doing quite a big hem on this, as I said, because I want to make sure that this can grow with our little one. Yes. Our fictional little one that we're making this for.
Are we having a little one together? Our little one.
Our little one.
I've only known you a couple of weeks as well.
Sorry.
So you're just measuring a kind of an inch up, aren't you? Or you can put whatever size hem
Well,
you
yeah,
want it,
obviously, if you're going to make it for a child that you actually have, as opposed to a hypothetical one, you can do it by the height of your little one.
Yes, of course.
To wherever you want it. Obviously, you could make this longer to make it into kind of a slightly longer dress. I kind of envision this one as being like a beach dress. So you'd pop it on over there, because over their swimming costume or whatever, if they're going out for dinner and don't want to take the swimming costume off.
Or when you're on a beach and you don't always, when you all as a family go up to the cafe for lunch or something, you don't want to dress.
Yeah.
You just put something over the top of the swimsuit.
Absolutely, if you can get them into something. Also, you know, a little baby in this, because it's easy to get on a baby.
Oh, yes.
Because obviously you've got the ties at the top, which obviously, again, you could change and
Tighten
put like little...
or loosen,
yeah,
whatever,
absolutely.
yes.
So I've just finger pressed that, and I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in, because I'm just going to then straight stitch all the way around the bottom of the hem. I'm using these lovely dressmaking pins.
They're the pinking shears, by the way, so that.
Oh, on the screen, lovely. I'm just popping dressmaking pins in here. You need to be careful that you do take all of them out afterwards.
Of course.
Particularly with the little ones.
OK, Hannah's asking me a question to ask you.
OK, yeah.
Is this from you, Hannah, or has it come through from a viewer? This is from Hannah.
This is from Hannah, yes, OK.
So brace yourself. OK, if you're making clothes for your dollies...
Yes.
Could you use this principle to make them with?
You absolutely could. I mean, how cute would it be if you made one for your little girl and then one for her dolly to match? That would be adorable.
OK.
You're not on board with that, no?
No, I'm just processing it. Processing it, yes.
I used to ask my mum all the time, this is how I got into dressmaking in the first place, that I used to ask my mum all the time for the things that she would make me. I'd be like, well, where's the one for my dolly?
Oh.
Or my Cindy doll, or whatever.
Whatever make, other dolls are available.
Yes, sorry. Do they even make those anymore? I don't know. Yeah, so and my mum was like, well, let's, you know, I'll make yours and you make your dolls.
Oh, so that's how you learned?
So that's how I learned to sew, was sewing dresses for my
dollies.
Fashion dolls, yeah.
Yeah, don't you have to use... so you were a fashion child and you had fashion dolls.
Yeah.
You'd only use the scraps of fabric for a dolly, wouldn't you?
Well, absolutely. Anything that was left over, my mum would give me to play with. And then, yeah, I actually got quite good at it in the end.
So if you bought this in a metre of this, once you'd made your bias binding and everything, you'd have some left over, so you'd be able to make the matching matching dolly.
Would, yeah.
And also, it doesn't matter where the seams are so much for the dolly if you've got to patch it together, because she's not going to complain about itching seams.
But that's why I love this dress. I have made it a few times for friends who've had babies and things, because it is just, it's so simple and so straightforward, but I think it just looks really dainty and really lightweight and pretty, and it is a great way to use up. If I've just bought, for instance, if I've seen a fabric in a shop that I really like, but I'm not quite sure what I want to do with it, and I've just bought a metre because I like it, because that happens a lot. It's a lovely way to use up those, you know, just 1 metre of fabric without making more handbags.
But also, it's for a little girl, it's so it's almost like feminine, not dressing up clothes, but like something that mummy would wear. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, look at me, I've got a lovely gathered top on, like a drawstring top on that maybe my mum would wear.
My mum used to we used to wear matching clothes. This is awful, I'm going through this. But yes, my mum used to make an outfit for herself. This was in the 80s, 90s.
Yes.
Used to make an outfit for herself, and then used the same fabric to make an outfit for me.
Trying to make yourself younger in the 80s, I mean 90s.
Yeah.
Just knocked 10 years off.
80s and 90s, yes, it was the 80s, yeah. Early 80s.
Oh, same as me then.
So I'm just going round. I'm actually putting the hem, you can see where I'm stitching. I'm stitching at the top of the hem, and actually I don't have to take the pins out because the pins are nice and short, so they don't actually go all the way to where I'm stitching. And I'm using the edge of the foot as a guide, so... Again, I'm being quite loose about this because obviously we don't have a real little one to put it on, but if I was being a bit more, measurement based, I would make sure that I was obviously doing it so that it would be the right length when they.
Diane said, could you bring in a picture of you, your mum, and your dolly in your matching outfits?
I have a picture of me and my mum in a matching outfit.
Oh yes, we'll have to see that next time.
I will bring it in. It's in a gorgeous
Oh, Jackie's asked a question about the
pastel
fabric.
rainbow jumpsuit.
Oh, we have to see that. I had one of those as well. Anyway, Jackie wants to know. Hello, both. I'd just like to ask.
Yes.
Oh, now, Jackie, that was a question I was going to ask and I forgot. Would you wash the fabric first?
Always wash the fabric first. I even do it with polyesters just because, I mean, cottons, you're worried about the shrinkage, obviously, but also when you get a fabric from a shop, it may have been on the shelf for a little bit, may have been sitting in a factory, may have been sitting on a boat for a while.
But I was going to say, it's been shipped, it could have been shipped from somewhere, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably got sizing on the fabric to protect it and things like that. So you just want to make sure that all of that is gone before you even crack into your fabric.
Especially a child's outfit like this. Was there a second part to Jackie's question? Sorry. Oh, that was it.
That's
Deborah's got a question as well. Can she see the colours in the thread pack? Of course she can. Here you go. In fact, I haven't got my glasses. Oh, there we go.
There you are.
No, there we go. Just so you can see the colours there. Oh, trying to escape from me now. So, good selection of colours there. So you've got your white. Have they got... let me just... oh, sorry. That wasn't very good, was it?
They've got colour numbers on the end.
They've got colour numbers on them. They haven't got names, other wanted names. We've got white, we've got scarlet, we've got iris, we've got petrol, we've got forest, we've got cyclamen, and we've got baby. It's like the Spice Girls.
Some people know the Gutermann threads by the numbers, so you can
I've got the numbers, yeah, I've got the numbers. 800, 383, 128, 76, 919... 877 and 320, but they're just gorgeous, aren't they? Lovely, lovely colours. £8.95 for all of those. Lovely gift as well. I have to put that away. I'll put that away carefully.
Like you say, great for people who are, you know, if you want to refresh your thread collection, if you take a look in your thread and you go, I've got all the same colours.
Yes.
Or, if you're starting off giving a gift of a sewing box or a sewing bag or something.
Oh, I've got a lovely sewing bag coming up later.
They're great to put in the sewing bag as a gift, because it's like, I always feel bad giving gifts and purses empty. I think that's a bit weird.
Oh, no, you never give a purse.
Money,
you never give a purse empty.
I don't.
One of my presents when I bought my very, very first flat from a group of friends was a toolbox with all the tools in it.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, no, I've still got it. It's like pristine.
Pristine.
It's like pristine, but anyway.
Pristine. Okay, so
you've done the hem.
I've just run around there. Again, it was one of those things I realised I was doing it without thinking about it. I run around the hem with my fingers to make sure I've not left any pins in.
Oh, OK.
Just because, again, we're doing things for little ones and they hate having pins stuck in them they shouldn't have. So there we go. So that is basically what you're...
It's like a dirndl skirt almost. You could gather that in and make a skirt out of that.
You could, absolutely. This is the basis for a lot of my no pattern situations. Is do this, do that, right, done. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to pop the armholes in.
Oh, OK.
And again, I normally do this by measuring a garment that I already have. So if you've got a little T-shirt or something, just all you need to do is get the depth of the armhole. Obviously, don't forget that you're going to have the strap above.
Yes, let me show that.
Bear in mind that you're going to have the strap above, but you do have to take into account that you've got to have a fold over at the top here. You can see we've folded over to make a channel to put that through.
Yes.
So you just need to take that into account when you're doing your armhole. But yeah, I would use an armhole as a bit of a guide to draw, A, to get the depth, and B, to get the curve.
Yes.
So I'm going to wing it today.
OK. Well, it's our imaginary child, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, yeah. So I think yesterday I did approximately 12 centimetres and I snipped in. I've got both layers together here. And then I snipped in 5 centimetres, I think.
But you could take this curve from the T-shirt.
Well, absolutely. What I would normally do is I would normally put the T-shirt over the top and then I would peel it back and, you know, use that curve to get the right curve.
Because obviously the top of the shoulder of the T-shirt would be up here, wouldn't it? Because you're allowing
yes, kind of halfway through, but obviously things. So there is a bit of a...
There's the rose gold plated, a 21 centimetre premium dressmaking shears, £16.95.
There we go. So you should be cutting out a shape that looks a little bit like that. If I hold it up, you can see it should look like we've just kind of got... So I snipped at the top and I snipped at the bottom and then I gently curved my cut from one to the other so that they met.
Brilliant.
And do both at once and then they match. Lovely.
Do you use those for anything later?
Well, you could make a little Dolly's dress out of it if you liked. But...
Oh, yes, towards the Dolly's dress, yeah, of course.
OK, so that's what you should end up with. I'm not going to do anything for the moment. We're going to make bias binding next.
Oh, right. So where's the bias binding is the...
No, this is straight binding.
Right.
Bias binding we're going to put on the inside of the armhole in order to stop that from fraying again, stop it from fraying out.
Well,
again,
also because it's going around a curve, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can just fold the edge over if you're a bit nervous about bias binding, but to be honest, this is such a good technique to learn for finishing armholes and for finishing neck holes without having to use cutting an extra facing piece, that I think it's worth having a go at it on something that is otherwise relatively straightforward, so that you can kind of get used to the idea of using it in that way. So let's put that there for a mo.
OK, I'll put mine there for a moment. So bias binding is basically fabric cut on the cross of the fabric, isn't it?
Yes. So where you've got your weft and your weave, or your weave and your weft, I can never remember which one.
No, the weft goes to the left, the warp goes warp.
Oh, there you go. There we are. Lovely. I'll have to remember that for later.
That's a Hannah saying, that one.
But yes, you can see this is where I cut out from it. It's 45 degrees to the straight of grain.
Which you could use the ruler, because the rulers have got the different
the rulers have, and so have the mats.
Oh, and the mat, yeah.
So we want to go 45 degrees, which is marked nicely on here, because I'm going to use my ruler to do the straight cuts. So I'm just going to...
So what width of binding are you making?
I'm making a finished 12, which is obviously when the two edges are folded in.
Yes.
But we're going to unfold one of the edges.
Right.
But yes, it's 12 mil finished. So then you make 20 mil. Let's double check, shall we?
Yes.
25. So this is 20. We're going to make a strip that's 25 centimetres.
Right.
No.
Millimetres.
2.5 centimetres. 25 millimetres wide, so 2.5 centimetres wide.
Yes.
And it will end up being, when it's out the other side of the bias binding maker, 12 mil. Yeah, that is right. Good.
OK, so let's see how it works. We've got the bias binding maker up. That's a 12mm one. I've got a larger one to show you. But first of all, so you've cut your fabric on the bias.
Yes. So that's the straight.
Yes.
There. So I'm turning it because I've already started.
Yes.
45 degrees, and then I will put my. Oh, it's the other way around. There we go. I will use my ruler to do the measuring. So I'm going to do an inch. There we go.
So important to ruler this one. It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. It's great for bias because it's really long.
Yes.
So you can cut all the way along the length. There we are. There we go.
Okay.
So you see what I've done? I've lined it up an inch, 25 millimetres. I'm just going to cut straight down. There. Close it up, so that's what we get.
Those rotary cutters then are perfect, aren't they, for things like bias binding? Because you've got that lovely clean edge.
And it's so straight.
Yes.
I never cut my mine in any other way now because it is just so straight. Because cutting with scissors on the bias can wobble about all over the place.
You folded the fabric in half, and then you had to get your scissors and slice down there, and then measure and slice down. Yes.
So there we are. So that's a perfect piece of 25 millimetre or inch wide.
And how does that get made into the binding? Then?
That's wider if you wanted to do.
Oh yes, because I've got the wide. I've got the wide one in a minute. Yes.
Yeah, so you can do the same. You just cut it slightly wider. So then we use the bias binding maker.
Yes.
Which is a genius invention because it takes so much time out of having to fold the edge and iron, fold the edge and iron, fold the edge and iron. This little gadget does it for you. I'm going to swap these if you don't mind. So what I've done is you can see I fed it through.
Is there a knack to feed it through? Oh, actually, I could do it on the... You
want to do it on the wider one? That's the straight bit. There's a wider bit in there. Yeah.
That one?
No. There we are.
Sorry. No, there it is.
There we are.
Thank you.
There we go.
They're all going, oh, John, up in the gallery now. OK.
I leave the... You see the end is still on the angle. I haven't cut
No, follow that. Follow Sammy, because Sally's more important.
So, yes, you just feed it. You should be able to push it through because we've left the point.
Yeah.
You should be able to feed it through quite easily.
No, I'm just practicing. OK.
So I fed mine through already.
So this is the 12mm one, the one that Sammy's using at the moment.
So I've fed mine through. I've just got it to the beginning. I'll wind it back. So I've just got a little bit coming out of the end there. And then I'm going to pull it back. And because it's a gorgeous little gadget, when you undo that, you can see it's already... I'm folding and ironing at the same time, so it's beautifully folded it exactly to the right size.
Oh.
I love this. Right, there we go. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm just rubbing my iron up and down and pulling by the little handle on the end of the bias binding maker.
So we're using the same fabric. So if you want your bias binding to be hidden,
match exactly.
But if you want, you could also do it in a completely different colour. Not on this project, but if you wanted to make bias binding of a different colour, and you could use it. You know, maybe you might want to trim this one with a pink, or do pink. You know, kind of a pink armhole and a pink strap. I've got a question. Yes. OK, Anne wants to know, you see there's a little... Actually, I've got somebody from the buying department here, so if we don't know the answer, we can ask her. What's the little handle for?
I use it to pull along the bias binding maker, so you can see I'm pulling it by that. Sometimes if I get the iron...
And it keeps your hand away from the iron, I'm being told now.
Yes, yes it does. There we go.
Thank you, Anne, for the question. Thank you, Lisa, for the answer.
There we are, so you can see what's being
very therapeutic
produced.
to do, but also very therapeutic to watch as well.
Oh, it is quite a satisfactory little process.
We haven't got time for me to do it, unfortunately.
Oh. There we go, and that's going to bring it all the way to the end. Obviously, if you've got a really long length of bias binding, how much faster is that to do?
Yes,
sit there folding it and then fold it there.
So there is the one that... Oh,
sorry.
That's right. The one that Sammy's used there is the 12mm. So she's used this... I'll move mine out of the way. She's moved this, which is the 12mm Clover bias tape maker at £10.95, and then that is the finished. So it's literally just over a centimetre wide, isn't it? That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now, shall we see 25mm?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you just taken my fabric away?
Trying to tidy as I went. There we go.
So this is a 5... Hang on, that's 5... What width is that then? If this is going to be 2.5, so that needs to be 5 centimetres wide, right?
Yeah.
And then leave the end pointed like that because it's so easy. Are you ready? And then you push it through your machine like that.
And the little point will
stick. A little tip here, if it gets stuck, you can get a pin.
Pop a pin, yeah.
There's one in your pin cushion there. Right? And then you can just put it in there and you can just pull your fabric along. See how I'm putting it on there?
Yeah.
Comes out of the end of your bias binding maker there. And then, I'm going to go over to the iron now. You then open your handle like that, so you hold the handle there. You put your iron down like that. And you just gently work your way along.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Like that.
I love these. It makes me so happy.
Seriously, so it makes the most gorgeous. Now, what you can also do, I've got another little tip here, is if you're doing it on an ironing board, what you can do is once you've got going, put a safety pin through the end of there, and then you just keep going like this, and it doesn't move. You can pull as much as you want along like that, because the longer it gets, the less control you've got over it. You can just, and there you go. 25mm bias binding, £11.95.
In any fabric.
It's always ideal to have one of those in your sewing room, isn't it?
I like it. I use it a lot for doing facings because I like to use fabric, printed bias for doing facings on the inside of things because it makes a boring, plain garment look really fun.
Oh yes, totally. But also, if you're doing a jacket, I'm going dressmakering terms now.
Yes.
If you make an unlined jacket. Sometimes it's nice to put bias binding on the seams inside, isn't it? And in a contrasting colour, so it looks very much like a lot of famous designers do it. But do you know what I mean? So if you make a pink, you're making a grey grey tweedy jacket, and then you bind the edges in pink or something, it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Beautiful.
You don't need a very narrow one for that one, though. You wouldn't need a wide one like mine. There you go. So there.
Gorgeous.
Is your 25. So you use the 25mm to make the 25mm bias binding there.
Yeah, a lot of people get confused as to what the measurement is. So it's the measurement that comes out
at the end. So that's an inch, basically. That's an inch, 2.5mm there. Right, OK, carrying on. That was the end of the John Scott demonstration there. Thank you. Don't expect too many of those.
Lovely.
Right.
So,
oh, no, wait till Monday.
So I'm just going to gently unfold because I want to use...
after you've done all that?
Well, no, I'm keeping the other side folded because we're going to say that, but I want to use the crease that we've made to be my line of sewing when I'm pinning this round here so that I've got a nice line to follow. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pin this carefully, making sure that all my edges are over the top.
Nothing over the top about you.
Oh, no. Very laid back, me. Pins. There we go, not in the way. Again, I'm going to pin sideways. Yeah. Controversial dressmaking.
Oh, now, do you pin the whole bias binding in place then?
I do, yes, so that I know that it's going to A, fit round the curve, and B, because this is quite small and quite fiddly, I want to make sure that it's all in place before I go to the machine. Famously, having said I don't really pin, I do pin this.
Oh, and really loving this bit of the demonstration because she's always confused how you attach the bias binding to the dress.
Yeah, well, and also this is folded entirely to the inside on the one that we've done here. But I was just thinking that I might do this folded entirely over so that people could see the difference.
Yes. Yes, because when I was trained at Wimbledon at School of Art, we weren't allowed to pin bias binding.
No?
No.
Was that so that you could manoeuvre it round?
You can move it because it's all on the bias, all on the curve.
It does move, yeah, it does move around. It's just, it's more so that I know how much I'm using.
I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong. Most of mine was wrong, but you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I hate pinning it on this little super tight curve though, because you can't really until you're doing it on the machine.
Yes. So you're still going to have to manipulate it even though it's pinned,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. As I say, pinning is more just because it's very fiddly than because I need to pin. Yeah, I don't like pins. I just always think the more pins you put in, the more pins you've got to take out.
Or the more pins you've got to prick your finger.
But then I've been using a sewing machine since I was little, so I'm a bit, I don't know, I think it's a confidence thing once you get used to using your machine and how it works and how the layers work. Obviously, with fiddly fabrics, you want to make sure that you've got, that everything's not sliding about.
Yes, of course.
Which is obviously the importance of pins. But all right, so I'm just going to pop this over to the sewing machine. Just going to trim that off, actually, so it's not in the way.
Anne, I'll answer your question in a second. We'll just do this, and then I'll ask Sammy about that in a second.
Okay, pull my threads out the back. Someone asked me this the other day, actually, about which side to put it in the sewing machine, because they always end up having loads of fabric on the side here. And I'm like, just move everything so that, if possible, that it's all on the outside of the sewing machine. Obviously, with quilting, that's quite hard, because often you're doing things in the middle. But yeah, if you've got a choice. So I'm lining mine up so that my needle is lining up with the fold. You can see just gently that you can still see, even though I've unfolded it, that the crease line is there, and that's the line I'm going to stitch on.
Yes.
And with I'm still going to do the 2.2, but it's quite a nice small stitch. So I'm just going to pop around the corner. This will be quite slow going because obviously I'm going to be making sure very careful that I'm not losing the layer underneath, that I'm not pulling anything too much. Because like you say, John, it's careful not to, you don't want to pull your bias too much or your fabric too much underneath, because otherwise it gets moved out of the way. Again, slow and steady, I think always, particularly with things that are very fiddly. A lot of people are scared that the machine's going to run away with them. And with this machine, it's a really good idea that if you are a bit nervous, to turn it down to the slow speed so that it won't run away with you whilst you're doing something like this, because obviously it is quite fiddly and precise.
Also, you have to be careful here because you can see that the fabric is not gathering, but because you're going round in a circle, you're getting waves or ruffles.
Absolutely, so you want to keep making sure that you're moving it round and not pulling it all to the front here, because otherwise you are going to get little puckers and things. I mean, first time, even today, possibly, because I'm doing it live, we may get some.
And I'm interrupting you.
You're not. Okay. There we are. But yeah, if you just make sure that everything is all to the straight as much as you can, as much of the time. Manoeuvring that round. There we are. Trying not to pull my bias.
Earlier, Sammy, you mentioned about going fast and slow on that machine, and we didn't quite see where it's from. Is it that slider there?
So this here, this little slider, it's got a little tortoise and a little hair on it.
Oh.
I think that's really cute. So I can show you on a spare bit of fabric, actually. Let's pop one of these bits through whilst we're at it. Here we are. So I'll put it down to tortoise, and I will put my foot right down on the machine so you can see the difference. Right, so I'm putting my foot right down now.
So that's a solid slam to the floor, and that's as fast as it'll go as tortoise.
Foot down. So then if I move it up to the middle and put my foot right down.
Which is what the speed you expect your sewing machine to go, isn't it, that one?
And then I've got hair speed, which is me if I'm in a hurry.
Perfect. Perfect.
So you've got the option with this machine. That's, again, why I always try and have this machine on set, because I just feel more comfortable with the foot pedal control situation.
Yeah, mine hasn't got it.
Also, really good if you are teaching the kids in half term, because, again, you can turn it right down. It means they're unlikely to get their fingers caught and stuff.
Of course, yeah. So going back to this bias binding, so we've gone round the curve with the bias binding.
So we have, so you can see from that side, that's what it looks like on the inside. It started to curl up a little bit. There we are. And all we're going to do now is we're going to fold that. Let me get that out way so you can see what I'm doing.
That's like going overhead, I think.
And I'm going to fold that to the outside. There we are.
There you go.
Again, this is super narrow, so it's a bit difficult to see, but if you wanted to fold it to the outside, you would then catch it gently, either by machine or ideally by hand. And what you would do is that you would catch the edge of this with a ladder stitch and just catch it in the threads that are already there from your original line of stitching.
Lovely.
So,
or you can, or if it's for a child, and you're going to be throwing it in and out the washing machine, sometimes it's better to do a line of top stitching.
Yes, it is, which is what I'm going to do today, because obviously I haven't got time to beautifully hand stitch. Have I got time? No. To hand stitch that in place, I'm just going to pop it through the machine with a very narrow
stick. This is the 12mm bias binding maker that, I'll put it there, sorry, that Sam is using. Oh, hang on, there it is, £10.95. And I had the 25mm one, which is the bigger... Oh, a mouse and a moose, they look like, don't they? That's going across the bottom. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it.
That's the fabric.
There it is. That's the 25mm. Now, remember, the 25mm is the finished size of your binding that you're going to get. So that's going to be 25mm, an inch wide, and that will be the narrower one, just over a centimetre. What... Oh, yes, and I'll have to show you, I'll get Sammy to show you in a minute. Anne wants to know how you join two pieces of bias binding
together. Yes, I can show that. That's fine. Yep, that's a question I get asked quite a lot.
OK, right, while you're stitching that, and we'll do it, but a lot of people want to see
I'll get that ready.
The fabric, so we'll get it ready for you. In the meantime, we're going to show you a little 30-second film, because we knew lots of you just joining us for the first time. We've got lots and lots of new viewers today. Just want to know a little bit more about us. Have a look at this.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! So that's a little bit more about us there. Now, a few of you have been asking about this, right? This is the cushion that we've made out of the same fabric, but with these lovely tassels on the edge. And somebody messaged in saying, where did you buy your tassels from, John? Do you know what? We made them. I'm going to get Sammy, if we've got time, I'm going to get Sammy to show you how to make these. Look. Aren't they lovely? I'll get Sammy to show you how to make those in a second. But I just want to go through the fabrics with you very quickly. So here we go. The four fabrics we've got here. Really, really lovely, beautiful fabrics. The Mille Fleur. It's by Dashwood. Dashwood, so you know the quality. You know it's going to be gorgeous. £5.95. This one. The Mille Fleur Flowers. £5.95 for half a metre. Remember, if you're buying on the web, you buy it in half. Well, you always buy in half-metre units. But if you go... We need a metre to do this top. Well, it depends on the size of your child or who you're making it for, I suppose. Or that's the flowers one. We've also got it in the geometric print, same colour ranges, really, really beautiful colour ranges there. You've got the blue, the terracotta, the pink, the biscuit, the tan in there, really, really lovely colours. Again, by Dashwood, it's a lovely geometric print, £5.95 for half a metre. Mille Fleur Geo is what you want to ask for if you're ringing the call centre for that one. We've chosen two of our Spectrum solid fabrics to go with, because if you this one, they've both got navy in them. This one's got the navy sprigs, this one's got the navy zigzags here. They're really lovely. So if you make the bias binding maybe out of the navy for it, really lovely colour. This is our Spectrum solid colours, £3.25 for half a metre. That one is called dark blue. That one's dark blue, fantastic for your stash. And then if we move to the other one, they call it baby pink, but it's more of a blush, a deep blush, this one. A deep blush, that one looks like, doesn't it? A really, really lovely colour. Again, it's £3.25 for half a metre. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33, or you go to the Sewing Quarter, or say no, sewingquarter.com website. Really, really lovely, £3.25. I'll take that one with me, because I'm hopefully going to show you how to do those. So, Sammy Claridge.
Yes.
We had a question from Anne asking, how do you join two pieces of bias binding together?
Yes, I get this a question asked quite a lot on our Facebook page. Obviously, when you're doing bias, you want them to join so that they are one continuous piece. There we go.
This is the 25mm one, remember?
So obviously we've got the exact 45-degree angle because we've cut them on a 45-degree angle. So this is the straight of grain running 45 degrees at the edge of your fabric where you've cut it.
Just so you know, Anne, you don't need to use the bias binding maker to join them together. You use the bias binding maker to make your strips.
Yes.
And then before you take it through the bias binding maker, you have to you join them together, yeah. You don't join them once it's been through them. To join them before it goes through the bias binding maker.
Yeah, absolutely, when they're all flat.
Yes.
I do have a technique which I am going to show on a show in a couple of weeks' time about how to make continuous bias, which is quite fun.
Brilliant.
But if you've already cut it and you've got two pieces that you want to join together, you need to make sure that you, again, fold them at a 45-degree angle. So the easiest way that I find to do this is to lay them out like this and then fold one piece at a 45-degree angle to the other, lining up your straight of grain. So can you see what I've done there?
Yeah.
Literally folded that piece that was running there at a 45-degree angle to the rest, and then I'm just going to shift it slightly.
Oh, to allow for the seam allowance.
To allow for the seam allowance, which is going to be just under under less than a centimetre, really, about 6 or 7 mil. So you can see what I've done there. I've just shifted it, so we've got a little bit of, I can't remember what they're called, dog ears or dog ends or something.
Don't worry,
either side.
don't ask me. But the reason we also do that is if you stitch it from the top, when you open it out, it'll be a step down, won't it? It won't be a continuous
Yes, you'll have
piece.
a wonky bit. So this is how you do it. And then you run a stitch straight across the top there, which I can do quickly and show you.
So hang on, so now the line of stitching then is on the straight of grain then? Or is it still on the bias?
It runs on the straight of grain.
The seam actually is on the straight of grain rather than the bias.
So I've popped one pin in the middle there, again, if you're doing this, again, because, you know, still you don't want it to move about too much because you've just spent time making sure it's the right way round. So I'm just going to pop that in. I'm going to pop my stitches so that they start right at the V of where I've joined those two. I'm just going to pop a single line of stitching through. I'm just going to take that pin out so I don't pin over it.
Oh, Anne. Oh, I won't say anything. I'll let Sammy... Watch Sammy do this. Watch Sammy do this. Far more important than me talking.
There we go. I'll open this out and show.
We missed it.
So, there we go.
There we go.
I can
Let's
do it
pop
again.
it down there so we can see. We just see the line of stitching.
I will. So I've just done a straight line of stitching straight across. I'll lay it how it was before because that's easier to tell. There we go. So that's how we were before. And all I've done, you can see the edges of the threads there. I've just stitched straight across from the V that we've got right from the point to the point on the other side, straight there. When I open this out, fingers crossed, John.
Hey.
There we are. We've got a beautiful, perfect join.
And then you press that out, and then you put it through your bias binding maker.
Yeah.
Now, Anne, just a little tip. You can watch it on YouTube later. You can watch it on YouTube as soon as it finishes.
Yeah.
Or on our website. Anne sitting at home with it on the telly, videoing it on her phone like that.
You.
Anyway, thank you, Anne.
Watch
thank you
it on
so
YouTube
much.
later.
Yes, right. So, let's get on, because if we're going, I've thrown tassels at you as well, so we need to get this lovely top finished. Yeah.
I'm going to whip through one of these. I've done one actually. I'm going to give this to you, John, if you don't mind. I want you to turn that through.
Have you got a turny-through hoopy thing?
I have a bodkin in here. There we are.
This is straight. This is straight.
So now, yeah, ignore the bias because we've done that bit. We've put down both armholes.
Right.
Down both armholes. So I've cut straight strips. This is what I've got here.
Yeah.
Straight strips, 5 centimetres, 50 millimetres wide.
Yes.
And all I've done is cut them, and I'm going to fold them in half to make the straps. They don't need to be on the bias. In fact, we don't want them on the bias because we don't want them to stretch.
No, exactly.
We want them to be straight where we're doing the things. And I've literally just cut a strip the whole width of the fabric because we want to make sure that there's enough to go across and to tie the bow on the shoulders. If you haven't quite got a whole strip, you need to do a different kind of fastening at the shoulders.
Okay, the ruler's good for that. Right, now this isn't the same as... No, you carry on doing your sewing. I'm going to work this one out.
So it's got a slidey bar on it at the bottom, so you clamp it in the tweezers and then slide the bar down so it grabs it and then push it
like that. But then I don't know where it goes then.
You grab one side, not both.
Yeah, grab one side.
Grab one side.
Slide
it down and then push it down in.
Oh. Right, now, we do sell these on our website. I've got no idea what I'm doing. Oh, I see. So you go...
Do it.
What's it called? What's the technical term for one of these?
It's a tweezer bodkin.
It's a tweezer?
Tweezer bodkin.
Bodkin. Oh, there we go. When I learned how to do... Because it's a ruler we're making, isn't it? Oh, no, hang on. No, don't watch me. Watch the sewing.
So I'm just sewing it. Again, I'm using the edge of the foot as a guide, and I'm just stitching down my technique that we used yesterday, I think. So I've got my fingers both sides to hold it in place, and I'm putting my fold between my other 2 fingers so that I don't have to pay too much attention to what John's trying to do beside me whilst I'm doing this bit.
It's working. Now, are you sure it's this bodkin? Because you know there's... Go on.
If we haven't got them yet, they are coming in. I definitely have put them on my list.
This one's not a hemline bodkin.
It is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It is, sorry. I better take that back. Oh, hemline meaning the make rather than the actual making a hemline for it.
Yes, it's not for a hemline, it is the brand.
Yes. OK, we got this. Isn't that fantastic? Now, while you're watching Sammy, look, I'll just show you what I'm doing with my bodkin. I've clicked it at the end there, and now I'm just there's a little clamp, and then I've just pushed it through and pulling it back as we go. So it's turning it.
I'm going to do the same thing at the same time, but I'm going to use a giant safety pin. So this is
that's
the alternative
more,
as well.
Old-fashioned way, yeah.
If you haven't got a bodkin and you want to have a go at this today, pop your safety pin through.
There's your bodkin. Oh, you get 2. Now, hang on. Pinch and thread set, 2 pieces. Oh, I suppose...
So you get this one. In the set, you get that one, which is the pinch and thread one.
Yeah.
And then you get a regular kind of big needle version.
Oh, because that's what I know as a bodkin, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I've got...
Don't
worry. Getting ahead of myself then.
Don't worry. Doesn't matter. We can thread it through. Doesn't matter.
Well, I've never seen one of these before. Learning new things every day.
I'm struggling with this as well at the minute.
Have you got any already made?
No,
well, that wasn't very sensible.
No.
Oh, we've only got 7 minutes left. So I'm making a straight binding here. So the bodkin is still inside there.
Yes.
So I suppose what you then do is... Where's the thingy to loosen it off? You loosen it off there. And then the bodkin comes out.
Slides out the end.
It comes where?
Slides out the end in a minute.
I haven't managed to get this end out yet. Oh, we go.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, this is good telly, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
No, I've got it. The bodkin's hidden inside the end, but what you need to do is you need to go all the way to the end like this.
Where's this?
Oh, I love it. Maybe I should do more of the demo. No.
I love that was an instant regret. I just had
a vision of me going home and seeing all the comments. Right.
So to let people know how we're going to finish this off.
Yeah. There you go. They've done it.
Oh, perfect. Lovely. Obviously, we're going to make the channel at the top of the dress for this to go through. Normally, again, I would pink this top edge. So let me show you where this top edge is. So this is the top edge bit.
Right.
So obviously we've got the armholes here, both sides. They should both be bound. We're just going to fold the top over. Again, a reasonable amount because we want to be able to make sure that we can get this through nicely. And obviously we're going to have a gather, and if it's too tight, it's going to gather up really tight.
Oh,
we don't want that. So I would say about... What's the matter?
No, I suddenly went incredibly loud then.
Oh, sorry. It was me.
Okay.
I folded it over about 2.5 centimetres.
Right.
Again, because obviously this originally was, and now it's kind of half the size.
Yes.
So again, you just run a line of stitching across the top, which I'm going to do quickly. You can see how easy this would be to do with your, if you've got little ones, grandchildren or something, staying over the holidays, because it is quite a lot of straight stitching. And this kind of stuff, you know, the feeding through, you could give them that to do as well.
Yes, it's taken me long enough to do it. I'm just getting the bodkin out. Right.
Again, because it's something quite safe that they can do, they can feel like they've helped you make it, which I always think is quite nice to do with the kids if they feel like they've been a part of it.
You carry on stitching and I don't know why I've suddenly become left-handed in my ironing department here.
That's TV brain, isn't it? That you...
I think it's because you put the iron there, that's what it is.
Sorry. It's so I don't burn myself.
Yes.
I've managed not to poke myself with scissors yet, but...
Oh, shush. You've still got 4 minutes. Oh, actually, how are we going to fit in a tassel maker? How long does... We can't do the tassel. Well, can we do it in the next show? Oh, we are going to do it. We are going to do it.
The next show, that's fine. We'll do it.
No. We've got to do it. No, Hannah wants it in this show.
Oh, Hannah.
Right.
You come down here and make a dress in an hour.
Yes.
See how you like it.
Fighting talk.
Sorry, Hannah, I didn't mean it. So again, I'm going to use the bodkin because this is a great way. I'm going to tweeze the end in, and I'm going to feed them through. Because
that's the one I would automatically use a safety pin for, threading it through. Like
yes, which you can obviously, but.
What's the benefit of the bodkin over the safety pin then?
The safety pin doesn't come undone halfway down.
No, the safety pin does come undone halfway down.
Yes, the safety pin does come undone.
doesn't.
The bodkin doesn't, yes. So there you go.
Yeah, because in the old days, you'd have threaded like a bodkin, that through the eye of the bodkin, wouldn't you? And like almost stitched it through.
Yes, there we go. So that's as simple as that is, threading it through.
Well, I love that. I love that bodkin.
You're in love with that.
I might have to have one of those.
And then obviously that's what then gathers up to create the top.
Perfect.
There we go.
OK, that's this bit here. Right, how many minutes we've got to make right, 3 minutes to make a tassel. Is that possible?
Challenge accepted.
Yes, OK. Right, what do you need to make a tassel?
I need the tassel maker and I need my... Here we go. Here we are.
Right.
Tassel maker.
Yeah, that's fine.
Tassel maker.
Oh, wow.
Isn't this lovely?
What do you need?
I absolutely love... That's it. And scissors, which I've got right here. So this is a tassel maker. This is a clover tassel maker. I absolutely love these.
Right.
It takes the hassle out of tassels.
Hassle out of tassel. Oh, that's a Sammy saying, isn't it?
Oh,
right.
Dear. So I'm just going to pull the middle out of here to get some thread. There we are. All you do is...
I'm sorry to put this as the under pressure. Oh, right, what are we watching?
That's all right. I'm winding my thread around the tassel, the little twisty thing. You can extend this out to make it bigger.
Okay.
I'm just going to make a little one today because we're running out of time. And then you just wind it round, wind it round, wind it round, wind it round. So your tassel ends up being half the size of this when you're finished, because we're going to fold it in half.
So this is the large tassel maker, but we're doing on the smallest size, £11.95. Oh, and we're selling the yarn as well. Oh, yeah, just cotton crochet yarn, £3.45. That's a big bundle for £3.45.
Yeah, I love this.
Also
stuff.
comes in blue as well if you want to speak to the call centre.
And white, I think. Sorry, that was getting in the way.
Oh, OK, 1 minute we've got now.
1 minute. Good thing this makes you make a tassel really fast. OK, I'm going to do the strand. We might have to finish this off in the next hour. Might be all right. This is the loop that's going to hold the top of your tassel.
OK. Oh, we're going to leave a cliffhanger here because we've got 30 seconds to finish it off. I tell you what. We've got 30 seconds, so should we do it and then do the next bit? Don't go anywhere, right? Sammy's back at 11 o'clock with an I love you bunting, and we'll finish off that bunting because we've only got 20 seconds left.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Don't go anywhere. Go and go make up a tea because we're about to make a lovely cot quilt out of the A Very Hungry Caterpillar fabrics again, the I Love You range with Jo. Don't go anywhere. Go and make up a tea. I'll see you in 3 minutes from now. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month.
I would describe Sewing Quarter as encouraging, inspiring, fun, friendly and fresh. I'm just really excited about getting started and designing and just coming up, letting the ideas flow and coming up with ideas to show on screen. The preparation that's gone into the show so far has been things like experimenting with fabric, lots of chopping up and experimenting with fabrics together, and lots of sketching in sketchbooks, things like that. If I had one fat quarter and half an hour, I would probably make some sort of zip pouch. I'm a sucker for zip pouches in my handbag that have various bits of makeup, bits of sewing kit, that sort of thing in. What will surprise you about Sewing Quarter? I think really it's how much freedom and scope we're given as designers to just go with whatever ideas come to us, and it's really encouraging and it's a great place to work.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! I'm asleep. Isn't this lovely? Isn't this completely gorgeous? I'm going to ask Jo if she can make one for me for a full-size bed. It's lovely. It's a cot quilt, like a baby cot quilt or a toddler. Even a toddler's cot quilt, this. Isn't it lovely? And we use this fabric in the 8 o'clock show. Everybody is loving the I Love You range from the Hungry Caterpillar, very hungry caterpillar. Isn't that lovely? This is what Jo's going to make in the next hour, or she's going to show you how to make this in the next hour. Let me just put that away, because that's not what you get for £6.95. Let me just show you the panel that you get for £6.95. This is it. I mean, lots. You get lots. 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres. You get this panel. Now, as you can see, it comes in a panel. You could just use it like that. But Jo being Jo, she loves to chop it up and move it around and do different things with it. £6.95. Now, Karen just happened to tune in during the 8 o'clock show and said, oh, are you selling the panel? And it was just as I got the panel out like that, anyway, she got it. Her granddaughter or grandchild was born 10 minutes before she bought it. Isn't that fantastic? That's talk about interactive. Anyway, this is £6.95. We've got the most gorgeous fabrics that go with it, but you can also use them for different projects. Let me just show you. Hannah is going to do this and make a wall hanging out with little pockets in for a friend of hers who's just had a baby, and you know, for all the talcum powder, the creams and things like that. So that's the panel for £6.95. Look at these gorgeous fabrics. Look at these. So many of you messaging in saying how much you love these fabrics. They're all gorgeous, aren't they? Completely and utterly gorgeous. Starting up here with the stars. Now, if you're a fan of the Hungry Caterpillar books, the designs are done very reminiscent of the illustrations within the book, aren't they? So you've got the style, the same style as the illustrations in the book. £5.45 for half a metre, remember. That's the stars one. I love all of these. I'll come over and waft them later for you. So that's the stars there. Then we've got this one. We have got the hearts with caterpillars. Hearts with caterpillars there. They're really gorgeous, aren't they? It's like confetti with the little caterpillars climbing over the hearts there. Lovely, fresh background. Now, Joe's used that one in this project that we're doing now. Now, you see this texture one here? I love this one. This beautiful, beautiful, beautiful red textured one here is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It's like they've taken lots and lots and lots of different paints and put them all together and then scriggled and scribbled and what's the word I'm looking for? You know, just like a screen print, really. It's really, really gorgeous. That's £4.95 for half a metre, that one. There you go. Isn't that lovely? That's really, really gorgeous. You're loving that, especially as people are saying they're using that for cushions, background of cushions, and using it for applique and things. Moving on to this one. This is lovely. This is the heart. It's just called Hearts. But as you can see, every now and then there's a little secret little caterpillar asleep amongst the hearts there. Those hearts are much bigger. They're, you know, kind of a good size heart there. So if you didn't want to use it for anything children's, romantic-wise, I said makeup bag earlier. Look lovely to use for a makeup bag. £5.45 for half a metre. That's really lovely. And then the bottom one, I love this one. I love the colours. I love the vibrancy of it. It's called Spots. It's called Spots, but look at the colours and look at the... It's really, really lovely. Oh, now, Hannah's thinking it looks like food. In the book, he eats lots of food, and it looks like all the food he eats in the book, apparently. The Hungry Caterpillar eating spots. £5.45. I just love it. I just love that fabric so much. It's really, really nice. OK, let's go. Let's go and see Jo, because she's got a lot of work to do in this hour, you poor thing, haven't you? This is completely gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, just adorable. I love it. Where did you start?
I started with the panel.
Yes.
Now, you don't have to cut it up. You can keep it exactly as it is in the panel. But I thought I'd just show an alternative. Because sometimes, especially, it can be quite intimidating taking a blade to a panel.
Yes.
But it's perfect as it is. If you wanted to keep that and just sash down the sides, maybe with some of the complementary...
OK, so where's the... can we see the picture of the panel, Hannah? Because you've moved things around, haven't you? Because on the panel... That's at the bottom, I seem to remember. There you go. So there's the panel. So you can see that right at the bottom are the kisses and the hugs, which Jo's put at the top here. And then the I love you panel she's put at the bottom and kept the love one in the centre. But you could move, like the bag we did at 8 o'clock, you only used that central LOVE section, didn't you, of the panel? So that's lovely. So this is what Jo's made, but you're going to make a smaller version in this hour, is that right?
Yes. Just to show how I made it and the styles.
It's just, I love it. I absolutely love it. It's brilliant. So let's just talk about the size first of all, because this looks quite big for me, for a cot quilt. I would imagine something little, but this would be brilliant for a toddler as well, maybe. Yeah,
it is more of a toddler quilt size, I think. Yes, it's 30 inches by 40.
OK, very versatile as well, because if you go to somebody's house and you're going to put the baby on the floor to play with the toys, or the toddler on the floor to play with the toys, you could kind of put that down first.
You could. It's perfect for that as well. It would make like a nice big play mat. Play mat,
that's what I was trying to say. You said it in 2 words. I was trying to explain what it was. It'd be brilliant as a play mat, wouldn't it?
But there's so much to see as well on it, and it's so bright. It's great, really stimulating for children. And...
Stimulating, engaging, that's what it is. Right, oh, and lovely fabric on the back there. So, it's the I Love You panel that we've used, Jo's used to make it with, and then the lovely hearts and caterpillars on the back there, which is £5.45 for half a metre. Well, it depends what size. I suppose it depends what size you make out of it. But for this one, which was 30 by 40, how much of this did you use, the backing fabric that you've used at the front there as well?
Well, I had a metre of this fabric, so I've cut that from the metre, and then
because you've cut panels out of it, yes.
Yes.
Wow. OK, let's start. I'll put that over there. because I want to...
If you don't have enough, it's fine to piece the back as well. In fact, I have the one I've been working on. I added some white borders across, so you've got them sort of scattered across the centre of the back.
So if you only had that much left over of the pattern fabric, you can just get some of the white, or some white from your stash, and just extend it to the size you need.
Or any other colour.
Or the red texture or anything you wanted to.
The red texture would be lovely.
Yeah.
Some nice bold stripes.
OK, so you've already started on that one then, I see.
Well, I'm going to finish this one. Well, we'll get some binding on it later. But this one just has the two... In fact, these are the two sections of panel I had left over after I did the bag.
Oh, OK, so this is the top and the bottom. So there must be a seam. There is a seam in here somewhere.
There's a seam across there.
Brilliant. So you've got the seam there. So this is what's from the top of the panel and the bottom panel, and you used the middle bit for the bag earlier. So you seamed those together.
I did. First of all, worked out what sort of size I wanted. This would make quite a good play mat size. You could lie a baby on there. And so I chopped down... That's not really... It doesn't sound very technical, does it? Using my ruler, my large ruler,
yes.
I cut sections out of the panel. I firstly cut out the LOVE one.
Yes.
And I used... Because I wanted the print to be straight, I used the text. I worked from the text along the bottom.
Right.
To then cut, making sure I had at least, well, more than a 1/4 inch all around it for
yes.
seam, so you catch all the print in it. So I cut these down, and then I just added... Once I had this piece, I worked out the size of it, took off 1/2 inch for the 1/4 inch seam allowance
yes.
either side, and then worked out how big I wanted this to be. This one's 28 inches square.
Right.
Worked out how much I needed, added another 1/2 inch on for the seam allowances there.
Yeah. Cut
out a square, and then just cut that in half wherever I fancied, so that I could put either strip on either side, so I could make... This is a 28 inch.
So you made it symmetrical, really. You put a border on it so that that's in the dead centre, and you've got a frame around it almost.
Yes, actually, this isn't in the dead centre. I've put a thin border on that side and a thicker one.
No.
Almost like sort of building blocks, sort of.
Yes.
They're not centred on top of one another.
Oh, fantastic. So you've stitched those two together, pressed that seam open, I take it.
Pressed that seam open, yes.
Then added
and then I've just added...
frames.
2 more, sashed top and bottom,
yes.
just to square it up to make sure it was 28 inches square.
So you've then got a 28-inch square single layer with a seam running through the middle and a frame round it. Then what comes next?
What comes next? You give it a good press, make sure it's nice and flat, and then you want to make a quilt sandwich. I pieced the back, but you could use a whole... I pieced it by adding 2 strips to increase the size of that. You need it to be larger. The backing needs to be larger all over than the top of the quilt. Because things shift around as you're quilting. It's happened to me. I have a quilt that unfortunately has an extra deep binding on it because I didn't leave enough. This is plenty around the edge. So you want to get your top, you want to make a sandwich, so your backing fabric right side down on the bottom.
Yes.
And then your wadding goes in the middle, and then your quilt top on top. And you want to baste them together. And there are a few ways of doing this. You can tack them together, so stitch through all 3 layers. Or I used a basting spray.
Now, everybody loves this. I'd never heard of this before, but everybody absolutely loves this. Now, it's called a repositional. If I'm not wrong, it's a repositional glue, it's called. Why is it called that? Because glue's glue, isn't it?
It just means it peels off. It's not stuck fast. So if there's a wrinkle in it and you think it's not quite right, you can just peel it back and re-stick it.
So tell me how you do that. If these 3 layers were not stitched together now, how would you physically use this?
Right, I would start with the backing fabric, so nice and pressed on the floor, and so there's definitely no wrinkles in it, and it's absolutely flat. I like to tape it to the floor. Oh, OK. And pull it tight.
Which room are you doing this in, then?
This is always in my living room.
So it's taped to your carpet?
Taped to the carpet.
We don't condone taping things to your carpet, but OK, so it's taped, the bottom layer is taped to your carpet.
Taped to the carpet, and then I give...
Have you got any pets?
Yes, I have a cat.
So do you have to make sure they're out before you do this?
Shut the door.
Because Norman and Ellie, you go anywhere, sewing machine, computer, read a newspaper, anything. Norman's there, right in the middle of it all.
Yeah. I have to move the cat off most things. Sometimes whilst I'm sewing, if the quilt's gathered there, he will sit on it during sewing if he can.
So, OK, so you've got the bottom layer taped to the carpet.
Yes. And then you want to spray a fine mist. Give it a good shake. Spray from about 20 centimetres all over, so you've got a good coating of spray. And then put the wadding over the top and smooth that over, so then you've got your backing fabric and your wadding.
Yeah.
And then you want to spray again and add this over the top.
You can spray on the wadding.
You can spray it on the wadding. I like to spray it actually on the back of the fabric.
Yeah.
Rather than the wadding, but you can do either, whichever is your preference. And then once it's stuck, you can still give it a really good smooth out and make sure you've got a really nice flat finish. And there's definitely a border all the way round.
But this glue sounds ideal, and it doesn't mark your fabrics or anything like that.
It doesn't, no, it's great, really good.
£7.95 for the glue there. We've also got the wadding. I'm not sure if this is the right... Is it... Oh, OK, I'll just... OK, that's there it is, the wadding at £8.95 for the wadding as well. OK, so you've got your three layers of there, your sandwich layer there. Then what did you do next?
Next, I began... When you're quilting, you want to begin in the centre and work out.
Sorry, Jo, carry on.
You never want to go back on yourself. You want to work out all the time. With this, for my central lines, I started in the middle and stitched down, and then we'll go either side. And then, actually, because it's straight lines and they're not crossing, by the end, the last few, I just went top to bottom.
Right.
But ideally, you work from the middle out.
So you do your middle one and then do all of them this way, and then from the middle you work all them that way,
yes.
would you? I just need to show you this very quickly. This is the wadding that we've used here. The batting, the white batting baby size, £8.95 there. OK, moving on. So...
Quilting wavy lines is really easy, and it never... It doesn't have... You won't look at a bit and think, oh, that's lost track a bit there, or it's gone a bit... Because that's the style of it. So...
I'm only joking.
I'm about to say
is it nerve-wracking when you first start doing this kind of quilting? The very first time you do it?
It is a bit. It does take a bit of getting used to. Yes.
But you don't have to do wavy lines. So you've done on that one over there, you've done geometric lines and things. It's just whatever you feel.
Yes, with that one I picked out the letters and the print. And again, I started in the middle between the
I'll bring that into shot, bring that one to shot. So we started here?
Yes, about here, and I would work out. Even with the O, I would go up to the top and stop and then do the other side and work out that way. You don't go all the way around because you're going to just push some of the fabric back this way, and it makes it difficult to keep it flat. Then, when you're quilting, you're carrying on your quilting.
And you've done straight lines around on the hearts and caterpillar bit. Oh, excuse me, columns there.
Yes, but just to pick out, because it's such a lovely print, just to bring it, and it almost embosses it.
It's lovely. Okay. So, now, lots of people messaging in about memories of the Very Hungry Caterpillar, how they had it read to them when they were a child, or indeed, if you now read it to your children, because you were saying you didn't have it read to...
I don't
you didn't have it read
to
you, but you read it to your, read it to your children. OK, Jackie's messaged in with what? Oh, Jackie reads it to her grandchildren when they come to stay. Thank you, Jackie, for that. OK, so, what's next?
So once you've quilted it all, it's time to square it up.
Right. That's an art in itself, isn't it?
It is. And this is where rulers become invaluable. You could do it, something this size, you could just use this one, but I really like to use two together and to butt them up to one another to really get a good
L shape from
edge.
The corner, yes.
And the fabric does shift around during quilting. Just line this one up on this edge. But it's fine to just give it a bit of a pull under the ruler just to make sure. Like that. And I always start in the bottom right-hand corner and twist it round. Let's see. That looks
so the rulers... We've got Joe's using two rulers here. The one with the yellow is the sewing quarter, the big, long sewing quarter one.
Okay. Just going to trim it there.
And would you always use rotary cutters then to do your squaring off, because rather than using a pair of scissors?
I would. It just... Yes, I find it really helpful, actually, just to get a really nice straight edge, and it cuts through all the layers at the same time. I'm just going to bring it down.
The panel, I'm keeping quiet at the moment because we're just concentrating on how we're doing the L shape around each of the corners, and Joe's using the 2 rulers. That's the long ruler there, the 24 by 6 inch ruler there, for £13.95. So you basically you move it round and you do an L on each corner so that you know that every single corner is at that perfect 90-degree angle.
Yes, and you can check at the end by folding it over, or folding it that way, just to make sure that they're definitely the same width.
Yeah.
But, yes, rulers, these rulers are...
Yeah, now all of our experts said that when they first bought rulers, these are the 2 they bought to start with. That one, the long ruler, the long ruler that's there, that's the first one they all bought. That's the £13.95 one. And then we've got this lovely square, which is a 10-inch square one there, which was the second one they automatically got.
I started off with small ones. For a while I was quilting without one of these, and I really noticed the difference. It's virtually impossible.
But if you don't know, don't know, then you don't know, do you, sort of thing? It's just, until you've discovered them, you don't realise that what you're doing is taking 10 times as long as it would do if you had the ruler.
Yes, I didn't know quite how much I needed it.
There's the square ruler in there, £13.95, 25 centimetres by 25. That's 10 inches by 10 inches. And the rotary cutters are the 45. We do all different sizes of rotary cutters. So if you want to go on the web to look at the different sizes, we do 18mm, 28mm, 45mm, 60mm. This is the one we're using here at the moment. That's the soft cushion 45mm by Clover, £14.95. So I'm
just going to use this one for this corner while it's a little quilt.
OK, somebody wants to see the hearts and fabric, see the hearts and caterpillar fabric that Joe's using here. Oh, no, that's the heart. That's the heart, sorry. That's the hearts fabric. That's what somebody wanted to see, a close-up of the hearts fabric. Now, those hearts are bigger than the hearts that we're using here. They're about an inch, just over an inch in size, those ones on there. £5.45. That's called the hearts. If you want to order that one, that's called the hearts. The little one that we're using, like the confetti one, is called hearts and caterpillars.
I love the little sleeping caterpillar inside the heart.
OK, and then that one there that we're showing you there, that's the hearts and caterpillars that we're using for the Hungry Caterpillar quilt. Just bring the graphics in so you can have a look, so you can make the order. There you go. Hearts and caterpillar fabric. £5.45 for half a metre. Oh, for half a metre, remember. It doesn't say on the graphics there, but it's for half a metre, £5.45. It's all right, I'm just chatting away while Joe's concentrating here.
I managed to miss a little bit.
You're right there.
I'm not quite sure how I managed to miss that. There we go.
Of course. Now, at home, you've untaped it from the carpet by now, haven't you?
Yes.
It's not still on the carpet. I'm just going to say you've got no carpet now, or lots of lovely strips of fabric, of carpet you've got now. Maybe you should invest in some like wooden floors at your house.
Well, I might leave tape. It might damage the floor.
Okay. So I'd rather damage the carpet than the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Or in your workroom, have you not got a nice floor in your workroom?
You can't see the floor.
Oh,
in my workroom.
See, this is where Hannah's desperate to come and visit your house because she's convinced it's all coloured, all filled with lovely soft toys and lots of colour and vibrancy and everything.
I must confess, there's also the imprint of an iron
on the carpet
in my workroom. Yes, it's not a desirable. I've done it again. But it's not. When you see interior magazines, you know, glamorous workrooms, mine, sadly, much as I would like it to look like that.
Be photoshopped. Get it photoshopped. Right, just doing the last one. So we'll just watch how you square up a corner on this last one now.
Okay. When you quilt like this, just in one direction, it does tend to, the quilt will sort of push it a little bit longer in places that way, and it does contract a little bit. But it should still be fairly square.
Yes, because I suppose I was going to say in the olden days, when I was training, in the olden days, you'd have used your ruler, you'd have marked all these lines up, and then you'd have used your scissor to chop, and you wouldn't have got such a really, really kind of precise line, would you? Because you're lifting the fabric up, and your shears can only cut so many inches at a time, whereas that, you know, two sweeps of that, and you're right the way through the length of the quilt, aren't you?
And it gives you a really nice edge to work from to add your binding to as well when it's perfectly straight. Yeah.
And thank you, Fiona, for getting in touch. She's loving the fabric. Which one have you got, Fiona? Did you get one of them? Which one you got? Let us know. Deborah has... Deborah from Bolton has asked... I wonder if she's any relation to Michael. Oh, no, he's not from Bolton, is he? Which thread... Deborah from Bolton would like to know, which thread did you use to do the wavy lines with?
Which thread? I just used a Gutermann sew-all thread for this, but there are quilting threads, there are all sorts
like these?
available.
Could we use these?
You could. In fact, I quite possibly, if that's... I think I used that one.
There you go. This is... I've opened the packet here. This is lovely, because, I mean, I think this would be lovely as a gift. And if you're watching the next hour, we've got bags in the next hour that you could give as gifts. But if you're giving somebody who's just setting up their sewing, or you know somebody who sews, just to get a really, really lovely range. That's kind of a garden berry range, isn't it, that one? Because we've got the cyclamen there, we've got the baby pink there, the forest green there. Or it could be rose. It's just all different colours you see in the garden there, isn't it? Really lovely. £8.95. It's a Fenton House thread pack, that one. OK, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt then.
I've just got... Oh, it's done. Just snip that away.
OK.
So there we go.
So we're now making... this one you're just showing us here is a smaller version of the one that you've already finished there.
Yes, but this is how I made that one. It's just on a larger scale.
Perfect.
And then it's time to bind the edges.
OK.
Which gives it a really lovely frame. I think the spots would look beautiful because you get that sort of rainbow edge around.
Right, before you do your binding, because you just... I'll bring the spots back with me and you can show me, but you think the spots around the edge look lovely. Come with me. Don't do anything, Jo, because we hate it when we miss you doing anything. We've got the panel, first of all. This is the panel that you're all loving. Right, here we go. This gorgeous panel. It's still on there on the nice wooden floor. Or you can see it here, £6.95. It's 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres. Really lovely, isn't it? The I love you with the big heart there, with the caterpillar. The very hungry caterpillar coming through. Then L-O-V-E. Made by Makower. It's the I love you range, £6.95. The quality is gorgeous. Excuse me. The colours are really bold and vibrant, aren't they? Really gorgeous. So there's the panel there, £6.95. A really, really lovely panel, that one. Now, let me just show you these fabrics. Let me show you these gorgeous fabrics. Oh, sorry. Stars! That's a song, isn't there? That's the man with the big curly hair. He sang that, didn't he? I can't think of his name now. Manchester, ginger curly hair. Anyway, stars, shining so brightly there. The Makower Hungry Caterpillar Stars fabric, ½ metre for £5.45. We've then also moving on, which is the one you've seen with Jo, this one here, which is the Hearts with Caterpillars. Hearts with Caterpillars, that's lovely. It's like confetti, isn't it, with lovely... caterpillars coming up. There graphics coming in now for that one for you. Really fresh, lovely, bright white background and such a cute... All done with in the same kind of vein as the illustrations within the books as well. Then if we just tilt down from there, we'll see this really gorgeous... They call it the texture fabric in red. And it really is like you've got layers and layers and layers of colour. And then you've just the artist has fun, has he, moving that around everything. So that one there is called the red texture fabric, ½ metre for £4.95. That really, really lovely, good quality cotton there. Then this is the one so who was it just asked to see this one out? We showed them a close-up of this one. Was it Sharon? Sharon, my love, this is the one. This is it. Isn't it lovely? It's bigger hearts, much, much bigger hearts on this one. With the caterpillar, every now and then there's one heart replaced by, well, it's not little caterpillar, big caterpillar there. £5.45 for ½ metre. Really, really lovely, isn't it? 0800 112 4433 is the phone number. Or, of course, you can go on the web, www.sewingquarter.com. That one is called Hearts. Right, I've got two more. Oh, now I've got some breaking news, but I'll do the spots first. Oh, I'll let Jay put that away for me in a minute. I've got this spots. I love this. I absolutely love this print. You could use it for so many different things, couldn't you? Isn't that just stunning? I love the colours. At £5.45. £5.45. Really gorgeous, isn't it? They're lovely coloured spots there. Hannah, in the book, I never read the book too as a child. Apparently that's like the food. That's like the food that the hungry caterpillar eats. That's really lovely. £5.45 for half a metre. Now, I've got breaking news. In the 8 o'clock show, this fabric sold out. It's just been delivered. The next delivery has arrived. So if you wanted some of this from the 8 o'clock show and you were told it was sold out, we've now got it back in. It's now back in stock. It's so popular. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's the Spectrum Solid fabric. It's not part of the Caterpillar range, but it's the Spectrum, one of our solids. £3.25 for half a metre. Lovely, isn't it? I mean, just for your stash, that'd be good, wouldn't it? OK, I'm going to go back, but that is back in stock now. That is back in stock. Right, need Jay to come and tidy up for me in there, but let's get on with the binding then.
And you say as well, if anybody's new to quilting, to quilt something like this, you do need a walking foot on your sewing machine. And a walking foot just makes sure that it works in time with the feed dogs that push the fabric through from underneath, so that they go, both top and bottom go through at the same time. So
is that because you've got 3 layers? I didn't mean to interrupt there, sorry. But it's because you've got 3 layers, because yesterday we did quilting without a walking foot, didn't we? Which didn't have the third layer on it.
It's so, because if they're going through at different speeds, one will gather and you'll get puckers probably on the back.
Right.
Yes, so you want them going through at the same speed so the stitching is even on both sides of the quilt.
If you haven't got a walking foot for your machine, most manufacturers will sell it separately, won't they? They
will, or you could hand quilt it. Ooh. Especially, I know some people are not keen on doing hand sewing, but actually with something like this, it's lovely. It keeps your lap warm. And you can just sit and happily just do a bit every now and again, and it can be a really nice, relaxing project. But yes, hand quilting, if you don't have a walking foot or on something this size, it's not too overwhelming to hand quilt.
Exactly. OK, so we get to the binding now. So how have you made the binding to go around the edge?
Now, I make my own binding, and it doesn't need to be bias binding because there aren't any curves.
Right.
You just go straight round the edge and turn the corners, which I'll show in a bit. I cut... There are different ways of doing binding. I like a double thickness, so you just fold it straight over. And so when you come to sew at the end, because you'll machine this side on...
Right, OK, so we're making binding that width. Is that you're going for that width? How wide is that strip that you've cut?
I cut a width of fabric, so across the entire piece of fabric, 2.5 inches. Although, actually, I do 2 3/8 because that means I can use the width of my machine foot. Then. OK. But generally speaking, 2.5 inches wide.
So you then iron it in half?
So you cut strips, and you want to cut... You need a ruler like this with a 45-degree... Can you see? Line and cut... No, you don't have to. Some people will just do join them with straight sides. But if you put your 45-degree line across the bottom, you can cut along there with a rotary cutter and cut a 45-degree angle.
Right.
So that when you join the strips... Let's find a join. They join like that.
Oh, OK.
And you can press them open, and then it's so that you don't have a double... thickness seam allowance on top of each other on the binding. It divides, so you've got some that side and some that side, so it just slims down your binding, so you don't have chunky areas.
So is that seam on the bias, then?
Yes.
Yes, because it's funny, we've just made bias binding where the seam was on the straight. And now we're doing straight binding, but you can... But that's... You don't have to do it like that. You can do it straight across like that.
I know some people, some quilters that will do straight joints.
But your way is fantastic because... If you can see there, when you fold it over, there's no... if you did a straight seam, that and that would be lying on top of each other, wouldn't they? Whereas you haven't got that extra layer. That's brilliant.
So it just removes some of the bulk from it. So then when you've joined your strips, now to work out the amount of binding you need for a quilt, generally speaking, it's measure the sides, add all four sides up and add 12 inches.
12 inches. Right.
So once you've got your binding all joined up, press the seams open and then press in half all the way along. Like that.
As you can see, the red fabric that Joe's used for the binding is back in stock. Hooray! It's £3.25 for half a metre. And then this lovely heart fabric here, hearts and caterpillars here. The heart and caterpillar fabric there, that's £5.45. That's from the I Love You range, Hungry Caterpillar, by Makower. £5.45 for half a metre. Must say you're loving your fabrics today. Absolutely loving these fabrics. So
I'm just going to trim off the dog ears.
Dog ears. Not the dog legs.
Not the dog legs. There we go. And then you want to add your binding. So we sort raw edge to raw edge. We'll sew along.
So do you pin it or do you just go?
I just go for it because you stop at each corner.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Where would you start? Where would you start your binding?
Generally on the bottom, somewhere near the middle. Yeah. But it doesn't have to be.
And do you turn it in or anything, or do you just start it off?
I leave a tail of about that much at the beginning, and then I will just start from about here.
See, that's where I'm getting confused. So there was a dog. Oh, no, they're all...
I know, and now I've thrown a tail into
Yes, that's where I got confused. Right, I'll let you do this, and I'll be quiet.
Shall I sew to this corner? Making your own binding means you can get a coordinating print, but you can have whichever fabric you'd like, and this binding's nice and solid, but a printed binding is lovely as well.
Well, you should say that. Oh, it was going to be quiet, wasn't it? That spots or that stars would look lovely going around the edge of this, wouldn't it?
It would.
So how far in are you stitching?
You want it to be even on the front. You want the same width on the front and the back. So is it 2.5, so 1.2? Oh, it's speed maths, it's not my...
You've worked it out. Yesterday, when Jo was prepping today's show, she was out there, and I just looked up from my desk, and she was like this. I said, whatever's the matter, Jo? She went, shh, I'm doing a sum. And she was, well, you're working out your seam allowances.
It's always good to have a notepad.
No, exactly.
Paper next to your sewing desk. There can be, I don't want to put people off, but there can be a surprising amount of maths in quilting.
Yes.
And so when you get to the corner, you want to start...
Right, let's just watch the corner.
At the corner. And to get a nice mitered corner, you want to fold your binding up so that the raw edge follows the next raw edge, like that.
So you've turned it away from yourself?
Away from yourself.
So you've literally take it out the machine?
Take it out of the machine, yep. You want to stop there, just short of the corner.
Yes.
Fold it up, so raw edges for the next side.
Yeah.
Follow, and then fold it back so that the fold mirrors that side.
And what are you creating doing that then?
And that will be a mitered corner, if you can see, so that the fold just falls nicely across the corner like that.
So neat, you can't even sit there to say again. So now, what would happen, this is just me being devil's advocate now, what a lot of people do when they get to a corner is they keep the needle in, they twist it round and carry on stitching down the side. What would then happen, I'm just trying to visualise it, if you didn't do your mitered corner and they just carried on stitching round?
You'd sort of have to then try and fold. When you come to sew it on the back, you'd then be trying to...
Yeah, so this automatic does all the hard work for you, basically,
it does.
by doing the folding.
The back will fall into place as well. So, straight up, fold it back, and then I will start from here and sew down.
So as long as you always keep your raw edge to your raw edge on this one that you're stitching, because obviously you've got a fold there now, but your raw edge to the raw edge, you know you're doing it kind of right, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, if you suddenly find yourself with the folded edge going down the edge, you know you've folded it incorrectly.
Yeah. You'd have an origami sort of corner.
Oh, yes. Now, I know Jo's using the block red fabric there. by Makower, the Spectrum Red at £3.25 for half a metre. Lots of people saying the stars. They'd use the stars for the... We suggested the dots, the spots. But lots of people saying the stars would look nice as a border as well. Well, they certainly would, wouldn't they? Really, really nice. The thing is, you see, with that well, any of these fabrics, you don't have to make a baby cot quilt, do you? You can make so many things for a child's room or a playroom or a brightly coloured room. That star fabric, you see, the star fabric, the spots and the texture, you could use them anywhere, really, couldn't you? Even though they're part of the Hungry Caterpillar I Love You range. They haven't got the caterpillars on them, so if you want them for your garden room or for... Oh, do you know what they'd be lovely as? Garden cushions. When you're there, look, see, wouldn't they look lovely on your chairs out in the garden in the summer? That's half a metre for £4.95. That's the red texture one. And then there's also the stars and the spot ones, which are really gorgeous with white backgrounds there. We'll just bring the graphics in for the other two. Watching Joe stitch away there to another corner. There's the spots one there. I love that spots one. It's fantastic. You could use that for so many different things, couldn't you? £5.45 for half a metre, that spots. All the colours. Now, that is the kind of fabric you'd buy. Sammy was saying earlier, wasn't she, that she sometimes buys a metre of fabric, got no idea what she's going to make of it, and then she pops it in her stash. That's the kind of fabric you'd see and think, oh, I like that, I'll get a metre of that. Sorry.
I'm just going back to the first corner. I've reached another one, so it's time to do another one. But just to show that this corner, it just folds, and the fabric just falls nicely into a mitered corner there. And then on the back, when you come to sew that, you can just bring it round.
Brilliant.
And mirror it. So I'll carry on and do...
Yes.
This one.
Right, so we'll just see another corner. So you fold away from yourself, 45 degrees.
And then back. So away from the raw edges,
yep,
in a line, and then fold back onto it like that.
And how do you know where to start stitching that line then?
I just begin at the corner and...
Oh, so you don't have to match where you finished the last stitch. You don't have to find... You know, sometimes when you do bindings, you finish quarter of an inch there and you have to find the exact point that you finish that one to start the one going down. You just run straight down. I just start again. And as long as you're using the same seam allowance, yes, it should fall into place nicely. Lots of you asking about the panel. While Jo sews that, have a quick look at the still, because it's over there now. If you look at the panel of fabric, it's absolutely beautiful. It's the I Love You Hungry Caterpillar panel. It's £6.95. Comes as a panel, so you can't buy it by them half metre. It comes as 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres. I mean, if you wanted 2 or 3 or 4 to make a bigger mat or something like that, if you buy 3 of them, they won't come cut separately. They'll all still be joined together. So if you buy 1, they cut it to 1 panel. If you buy 3, all 3 of those will arrive together as a whole piece of fabric. But it's £6.95 for what you're seeing on your telly there. So it's got the I Love You across the top, it's got the L-O-V-E in the middle, and then it's got the kisses and the hugs going across the bottom. You could use it like that. If you wanted to, you could just use that and make it into something, or quilt it or something like that. Or you could do what Jo's done to make her baby cot quilt. She's cut moved the pieces around as she wants them. She's got the kisses and the hugs at the top. Then she's got the L-O-V-E in the centre there. And then at the bottom, she's got the I Love You. It's really, really lovely, isn't it? And then that's the panel. You get these in the panel. And then, obviously, the heart fabric at the side there, that's the hearts and caterpillar fabric at the sides there, which you can buy by the half metre. Really, really lovely. So the panel is £6.95. That fabric there is the hearts and caterpillars. OK, that's from earlier. That's the fabrics, the panels in the background. That's the bag that Jo made this morning using the same... So basically, you see the bag that says there, L-O-V-E there. Jo used the central section of the panel to make that. And then the piece that she's making now here, she used the other 2 pieces of the panel, the I Love You and the kisses and the hugs. At the top there, and then you can see all the other fabrics that go with it there. Just so you can see from that picture, can't you see how well all the pictures go, all the fabrics all go together? Really, really lovely. I will go through. Don't worry. I will go through the fabrics again. I won't. I will go through more because I know you're all loving all these different I Love You fabrics. They're really, really beautiful. So Joe's just stitching now around the edge, doing the binding around the edge.
Done 3 corners.
Done 3 corners, she said.
3 corners. Corner watch.
Remember, if you've got any questions, Joe's here for another 15 minutes. When are you in next after today?
I'm not in for a while. I've got a little bit of time off.
Have you?
It's half term. So.
Oh, of course. Hang on. Yes, who was that from? We've already answered that question. Oh, a customer, yeah. Do you need a walking foot to do the quilt? Joe recommends you do need a walking foot for the quilt, yes. Because you're sandwiching 3 fabrics together, that's all. Oh, right, OK. Now, I'll just explain. Are you all right sewing there, Joe, while I just explain something else? You can carry on watching sewing if you want, but if we are in the middle of a sale, for example, this panel that we're selling now, the I Love You panel for £6.95, if you want to ring up and buy it, you just ring the number 0800 112 4433 and they will be able to organise the sale for you. If you're going to the web, right, what you need to do is you need to go to the live page there. So you're actually on that page there watching live and buying, and then you can click to the right hand side, you can add it to your basket, right? So you add it to your basket, it will go up to your basket there, and then you need to check out. As long as you check out by midnight. But what I always say is if you definitely want it, check out straight away, because you only pay 1p for the whole time. What you mustn't do, what you can't do, sadly, is we're talking about the panel, all that red fabric at the moment. If you go and look for it in the web shop, it won't be there because it's here with us in the show now. So if you now, what you can also do is you can also scroll right down the page. That is everything that we've used in all the shows today. So that's updated every so often. And the panel and all the fabrics will be in there as well. They will eventually. Are they not there now? We're going to find out where they are. But everything, if you want to just scroll down the page, and then you can click there and put it in your basket as well. Sadly, the system at the moment, if you go to look for it in the web shop, in our shop on the web, they've taken it out of the web shop to bring here to sell to you live on telly. So later on, it will go back into the web shop. The ones that left will go back into the web shop. But you can't do both at the same time. So the best way, if you want to put it in your basket, you need to go on the web, watch and click on watch and buy, and then click it in your basket. Right, Joe.
OK, I've got to the end. Now, I've not sewn them together. I've left a good hand. Now, I must confess, this is Lucy, who's also a guest demonstrator. This is her technique for ending binding.
Oh, we've only been open 2 weeks and you're
stealing
using each other's tips
already.
Well,
no, she put it online and I looked at it and thought, I'm going to do my binding that way from now on.
OK, so what would you have OK, tell me what you would have done before you came here, before you met Lucy. How would you have finished that off as a binding? The
technique, there are lots of ways to finish off binding, and it's whichever one you prefer. I would have brought them together like this and had a straight.
Yes, that's the way I was taught to do it as well.
Join, like that, and trim these down and then stitch straight across. Yes. But then this is open, so when you hand sew the backing on later, the binding on the back, you would then have to sew that. Yes, just slip stitch it, or
ladder stitch or slip stitch hidden. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So what's this new way of doing it then?
Right. So we've left a space, and then we want to fold this one down this way, and then bring this one to meet it, but fold it.
Oh, it's sort of the same technique then.
It is. But you've just got a 45-degree join. Give them a good... Have I got those nice and laid out?
OK.
For a really good finger press. And then, because we've left some tail, bring that together and sew along the fold.
It's really weird because I said there was another way we were taught at college where you did sew them together, but if you don't get it exactly right, one thing could be bigger than the other, couldn't it? But finger pressing it like you just did, you're going to get them exactly right, aren't they?
Even pressing it with an iron, you'd get an even better please to follow.
Would you like to go to the iron, or are you right?
I'll give it a go like this. Yeah. I'll just give it another...
Yeah. So we'll just do it again. So you turn... There's still a big gap between them both.
Just so you've got the freedom to
yes.
get that under the machine.
Yeah.
In fact, you could leave even a bigger gap than this if you wanted to, but...
So you folded one at 45 degrees, and then the opposite one goes at 45 degrees, but the other way.
The other way. And you want to join them like that, along there, following one of the folds. So I'll do that. Move everything out of the way before I send it flying.
You all right?
No, I've lost my... Trying to move everything out of the way. I might give it a little press with the iron, actually. Under pressure.
You've got plenty of time, don't worry, there's absolutely no pressure. What would you like?
I'll take it to the iron. But yes, you don't have to... I like to hand sew my binding down on the other side.
Right.
But you don't... There are techniques for machine binding as well, if you don't like that, you know, doing any hand sewing. There was a time when I would do anything to avoid hand sewing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I quite like sitting of an evening, relaxing and doing a bit of hand sewing. Especially in winter, because the quilt keeps your lap warm.
Are you like Lucy, then? Because Lucy seems to go home after a day here, and then at midnight she'll still be making something and stitching something, or, you know, kind of doing a seminar on how to make something and everything.
Well, I now choose, when I'm here for a couple of days, stay at a hotel, I choose ones that have a good desk in the room for setting my sewing machine up.
Oh. You don't travel light, then?
No, 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 no.
OK, so you've stitched along the two folds that you created within the fabric.
So we trim away the excess I did. And then that should form a nice, neat join.
Yes.
So trim these down and then just finish off that last bit and sew across there.
OK, then. I could just see it slipping then. I was going to hold on to it for you. Lovely scissors. Gorgeous. Now.
Okay.
Well done. So now what? Now you just run a line of stitching where the seam allowance was meeting the two seam allowances, the two lines of stitching that were there before.
Yes, I'll just... It's better to press them open.
Yes. Hang on, it's Anna speaking to us. A message for Joe and John. Christine made like a sack for books for her daughters in the late 90s, made out of Hungry Caterpillar fabric.
Wow.
Oh, and she updated it in 2010. Now, this would be brilliant to update it again for the next generation, wouldn't it? Sorry. So, thank you, Christine, for your message. Thank you very much. Right.
And next, wonder clips are great for holding the binding down. And then I would just hand sew all the way along. I'm going to show my hand stitching.
No. Was this done in the hotel room last night?
I'd like to say it wasn't, but... but it was.
Just have a look there at the hand stitch. It's beautiful hand stitching, look. So now, if you've hand stitched, and there's the mitered corner there, very, very neat. If you didn't want to hand stitch it, have you got a tip of how you might machine stitch it?
No, because if you're going to... Not at this stage, because if you were going to machine stitch it, you would want to stitch it to the back first so that your finishing stitch, so if you're following this edge, would be on the front, I think.
Oh, yes, because if you stitch it from the top here, then... Yes,
You'll get the stitch line from underneath. It won't follow.
So you do it back to front. Some people make it slightly wider, don't they? And then they stitch in the ditch down there, don't they? If they want to top stitch it.
And I think there are some machine feet which are good to get a very even finish. But I like to sit with it on my lap.
Oh yeah, no. But the thing is, I understand why people want to machine it because they can throw it in the washing machine, But if you're giving that to somebody as a gift, the fact that they can see that you've hand stitched it and hand finished it, it's beautiful. Now, if you're having issues finding what you want on the web, just call the number 0800 112 4433 and they'll help you out. There's a few people having a few issues on checking things out on the web, putting things in their basket. If you have any issues at all, just ring the call centre. They're there ready to take your calls and help you with your questions. So that's us done for today. Have you got anything else, other little tips you've got on there?
No, other than there are lots of different ways of binding, so machine binding and finishing it, and it's worth just experimenting and finding the way that suits you.
Yes, exactly. And if you want to, make little coasters to start with to practice on your corners and things like that. Listen, have a brilliant half-term holiday. You'll be exhausted, won't you? Because the kids are here from school. You'll be doing all sorts of things. And do you give your little boys like sewing, or are they kind of just like the finished product of you sewing?
Oh no, they love sewing. They love the sewing machine. I have to, with heavy...
How old are they?
Well, my eldest is 9, so he's... And you can get quite small projects that are perfect for children to make.
Fantastic.
So,
we'll have a brilliant half-term, and we look forward to seeing you when you come back afterwards. I'm just going to go over here and look at the fabrics now, because they're very, very popular. Thanks ever so much, as always, Jo. We'll see you later on. Right, here we go, then. Just a summing up of these gorgeous fabrics now. We've got that panel. The panel here, which is 60 centimetres by 112 centimetres, £6.95. It is lovely. It's from the I Love You range of the Hungry Caterpillar at £6.95. Really popular, selling very, very fast and gorgeous. Now, as I said, if you want one panel, it comes like that. But if you want to make a bigger quilt, maybe, you can order 2 or 3 panels, and they come all not stitched together. They're not cut. You don't get 3 separate ones. You just get 3 lots of panels all on the same fabric. But it is gorgeous. The colours are out of this world. And also, I am your hands, I am your feeling. The quality of Makower cottons are just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Now, say that again, sorry. OK, you need to ring. What you need to do is, if you want to buy this, you do need to ring. You won't be able to buy it on the web at the moment. There are issues. 0800 112 44 33. Make sure you go through for that. Right, all of these, just go through to the phone number at the moment. It's there, it's easy, 0800 112 44 33. They'll help you. They'll be able to allocate it for you. It's just we're having issues with the web at the moment. All the joys of being new, isn't it? Right, let me take you through all the different fabrics then, because I haven't had the stars one out yet. Let's take the stars one out. We love this. We love this. Oh, Sue is going to make a keepsake bear for her daughter out of this. Now, this obviously is a metre. You'd get half of this as 1 unit. You'd have to do 2 units for this. This is the stars, £5.45 for half a metre. It is just beautiful, isn't it? Really, really gorgeous. Just dial the number, 0800 112 44 33. Sorry about the web issues. Sorry. But you know what? The call centre are all there waiting to take your calls. Right, OK, that's the stars. Got to go very quickly. I've only got like a minute left before Sammy joins me. Then we're going to do this is the hearts with the caterpillars. This one Jo's been using to do the backing on her quilt there. Really, really gorgeous. Ooh, that was a lovely pan in there. Was it zoom in? £5.45. That's the hearts with caterpillars fabric. It's like a confetti, isn't it? With lovely hearts all cascading down the fabric. That's £5.45 for half a metre. OK, moving on. I love this one. This is the textile, the texture one. might have to be the last one I show you. This is the texture one. I love this because you could use this for so many different things, couldn't you? £4.95, this one for half a metre. Love that work. They're all washable, remember, all 100% cotton. If you've got any questions, ring the call centre. We've also got it, just so you know, we've got it in hearts, spots, and they're just beautiful. Don't go anywhere. Sammy Claridge up straight after this 3-minute break, making, oh, I love you bunting. Go nowhere. We'll be back in 3. Thank you, Joe.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, you'll hear us talking about pre-cuts a lot of the time. And I can hear you saying, what's a pre-cut, John? Now, pre-cuts, they're pieces of fabric that have been bundled together, all cut to the same size, usually from complementary fabrics, so you've got a lovely little bundle to take home and start your sewing. Pre-cuts come in all shapes and sizes, but here are a few of the most popular. This is a jelly roll. I love jelly rolls. Now, these are normally 40 strips of fabric. They are all 110 by 6.35 centimetres. To you and me, that's 44 inches by 2.5 inches wide. They're normally cut from 8 different fabrics, but look how gorgeous they are. Now, one word of warning. They look beautiful like this. When you cut them open, all the fabric spread everywhere. You'll never, ever be able to put them back together again. This is a charm pack. There are 42 pieces of fabric, 12.7 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. So basically, it's a 5-inch square. You get so many gorgeous fabrics in a charm pack. You'll find an awful lot of patterns inside a charm pack as well. Another favourite pack is the Fat Quarter Pack. Now, these measure 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, or like me, 22 inches by 20 inches. Now, you normally find lots of different fabrics all bundled together. They're all different colours, all different shapes, but you know what? Unlike the jelly rolls and unlike the charm packs, the number of pieces of fabric can alter from 2 to 30. Look. Whichever pre-cut you choose, you've just got to remember 2 things. 1, all the fabrics will go so beautifully together. And 2, someone else has done the boring, laborious task of cutting them all out. So it's all about getting on with the sewing, which is what we love here at the Sewing Quarter.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Just how cute is this? Isn't this lovely? It's like bunting with a difference, isn't it, this one? Oh, I love it. I'm John Scott, this is Sammy Claridge. We're bringing you, well, it's called I Love You Bunting.
It is called I Love You Bunting, but you can make any word you like.
I love it. It's lovely. But I'm just thinking now, my brain has gone into overdrive. If at a wedding, you could do ones with their names on.
Mr. and Mrs.
Mr. and Mrs. I love you.
Yeah.
You could do birthdays. You could do also people's kitties' bedrooms. You could do their names.
Yes, absolutely.
Is it difficult to do?
It really isn't. It's a bit fiddly, I would say, but apart from that, no, it's very simple, and you can do it to your own size requirements, and you can take your time over it.
Okay, so what fabric have we used to do? Oh, it's Fat Quaters. You've been sent some Fat Quaters.
Yeah, they sent me some
First
Fat
Fat
Quaters
Quaters we've had of the day today. They're lovely fabrics. Oh, you've gone plain on the back.
I've gone plain on the back, but one of the other ones I've done patterned on both sides.
Oh, lovely. Now, have we got a picture of the Fat Quaters? Oh, okay. I'll just get somebody to pass me over the Fat Quaters. While we carry on looking at this, because these are gorgeous, aren't they? I'm intrigued about how you've stuffed these as well. But have a look at this. Have a look back at this, and then I'll get you the Fat Quaters to Oops, there you go. Thank you. Right, I love yo. These are the Fat Quaters that they're made out of. They're lovely. I'm just going to move your bunting to one side because I'll go through these in more detail in a second, but they're lovely, beautiful fabrics. Right. So this is the one that Sammy used. This is the one here that Sammy used. I will show you all these fabrics properly in a second. But this is the one that Sammy used. So there's obviously the main fabric that's used on the top there.
Yeah,
then and there's the backing fabric there. Yeah. They're lovely colours. But so that one there is the Beautiful Bloom.
I love that one.
Now, before we start the show, I'm ever sorry, I should have said this at the beginning. The only way you can buy something at the moment or get in touch with us is by the phone. The web is completely playing up at the moment. So. Okay, right. Oh, it's working. So you can go and look at the web shop, the website, but you can't buy anything that we're showing you on the web. There seems to be some sort of glitch. So just easier if you can call up. So that one there is the Beautiful Bloom, which is lovely, isn't it? Then we've got these two. Oh, hang on. That's $14.95. That's the Beautiful Bloom one there. Then... I love this one. I love this one. This has got a lovely 50... Do you know what? That's saying West Side Story to me, that one. Really lovely flowers. That is the Rose Boquet Fat Quarter. Oh, and it's got polka dots. Oh, I love that one.
It's also got little scissors in it.
It's got what?
It's got little scissors in the print.
Oh,
so it's like sewing or hairdressing or...
Little scissors. It's called So Easy.
Retro.
That's what the fabric's called, So Easy. This is the Rose Boquet. Okay, and then I've got this one as well, which also is complete... Oh, this is lovely, because this has got all... They all look like the same sort of pattern, but in different colours. I will show you through all these properly in a little while, but I know we want to get on with how we make this gorgeous bunting that we're showing you today. Oh, I'll just get the graphics in for that one. £14.95. That's called... Oh, hang on. No, the last one was Roses and Dots. Oh... Okay, where are the dots then? Oh, I see. There. Roses and Dots. My bad. At £14.95 for the Fat Quarter. I will go through all of them with you in a second, but I just want to get going with Sammy with this because I wouldn't know where to start.
That's all right. Should we going to finish off the tassel at the end of the show?
Oh, yes, the tassel. We'll make another tassel. We'll make time. I promise you we'll make time for the tassel. I'd forgotten all about that. If you've just tuned in Sammy's last show at 9 o'clock, we got halfway through making the tassel and we ran out of time. So we promised we'd make it in this hour. But we'll do the bunting first, and I promise, we'll make time for it at the end. Right, so... We're
going to start off by... I'm going to show you a quick way to make templates for letters so that they're all the same size. Obviously, there's an easy way you can, if you've got access to a computer, you can go on a programme and write it out and size them up and then print them out, so you can use those as your templates. But you can do them this way. So this is just an A4 piece of paper.
Is this to make the size that we've got
here?
Yes,
exactly. So what this is an A4 piece of paper, and I folded it in four to make A6 pieces. So each letter is going to be A6 tall, in theory.
Yes.
I think this is quite a good size. I'm biased, I made them, but...
Yes. But also you want them to be big enough for people to see. You don't want to make
absolutely. You want to be able to read them well and everything like that. So
squinting, look at them.
I need my paper scissors, which have gone AWOL as well. Everything's going
Oh, dear, it's one of those days today. Is it a...
I've only got my paper scissors, which...
They're your paper scissors?
I'll use them, but I think I might get told off.
They're coming out, Jay.
They need to come out quicker, Jay.
It's not even there. Use yours, and then we'll show you ours later.
All you need to do is cut it, basically. So I've folded it into four, and then I'm just going to cut them. There we go. Too late.
Thank you, anyway.
Thank you. I'll use them for the next bit, because these are a bit big.
So I've just cut those. I'm just pulling it against the fold. It doesn't have to be really accurate because we're going to cut most of the edges off anyway. There we go. That's better.
Right.
And then you can either use a pencil, or I'm a bit of a maverick. I just like to cut straight in.
Oh.
If I'm doing an A, for instance, I'll fold it in half because A's are
symmetrical.
Symmetrical, that's the word. Thank you.
No, I knew the other day, or was it yesterday? You had trouble with your words, so I thought I'd just jump in there. I'll shut up.
I've got troubles with my words all the time. I'm just going to cut straight up here. And I'm going to cut in here.
You've done this before. I would have got that completely wrong.
Really?
Yes.
I'm going to trim that in there. I'm probably not going to end up trimming out the middle of my words. I have with the I love you, but the word that we're going to make in the next lot of bunting is quite long and quite a lot of holes, so I'm going to leave them filled in.
Do we know? Nobody's told me what you're spelling.
Well, it's a secret.
Okay, then.
So there we go.
It's a secret. That's a lot of letters.
And I open that out. And you've got an A.
That was brilliant.
So if you're, again...
Do a B.
A B. All right, then.
We're
going to fold it in half
all
this way.
26 letters.
I'm not going to do all 26 letters. But again, I'm going to... OK, that's fine. B. Fold it the other way. Round off the top. There we go.
Oh.
And then you go in the middle, fold that in half. I might have to do a whole show on how to fold paper to make it into an alphabet.
Yeah, do a C, do a D.
I don't even remember who taught me how to... I think this was probably my granddad who taught me how to do this.
Oh, really?
He was in advertising.
And they do a lot of paper cutting in
after the war.
Right.
Well, he was very letter-orientated, is what I mean.
Yes.
He was, you know, very into... He could freehand. His handwriting was immaculate.
Oh, yes, yeah.
There we go.
Brilliant.
B. B.
There
we are.
Fantastic. I won't ask you to do any other letters because we just need to show
but
how we're going to do
But that's the idea, that you can trace your own. You know, you can use your own. You can print them off on the computer. You know, it doesn't have to be too technical. You just want them all to be a similar size.
But you folding the piece of paper in 4 ways means if you the top to bottom,
they're always going to be the same size. So again, if you make
yeah.
sure that your letters reach to the top of the piece of paper, to the edges of the piece of paper.
Yes.
Obviously, an I is the only one that doesn't. But you know, and then you can work out, make sure they're all the kind of a similar length.
Why doesn't I reach the top of the paper?
Well, because I've only made it a skinny eye, not an eye with tops and bottoms. But yes, if it was an eye, up and in and down. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant.
So that's the simple way to make yourself some templates.
I bet an S is quite difficult.
It was quite tricky, not going to lie.
No?
There is one in there. There we go. Oh, back to front. There we are. You see, I drew round that one.
Yes.
Because
you couldn't hand...
Couldn't
you can't
go...
bend
Yeah,
that
it's
one.
hard. You can't fold those ones. But most of them, like the Y, for instance, you can fold that and do it symmetrically.
Brilliant.
Again, an end's a bit tricky, but it's straight lines, so you're not too bad. So,
yes.
you know, that's an easy way...
Be careful, we don't Carol Vorderman moment
Let's
here.
not go there, shall we?
So
that's all your templates.
Yes.
So let's take a template. Let's use an R, shall we?
What would you say was the hardest letter to do?
I think the S, because it's so bendy,
Yes.
is quite tricky. But apart from that, most letters you can do with straight lines and curves, and then you can use that R to then make a P. If you want to, and things like that.
I'll have a P, please, Bob.
Yeah. The next step is to take 2 of your fabrics. You can see I've started on this one here already.
Okay, this is from the fat quarter on the screen, the beautiful bloom fat quarter.
And then I've placed them with wrong sides together.
Oh, that's different.
Because we're using the pinking shears around the edges. We're not turning anything through. This is all going to be, we're all going to be working on the right side of the fabric.
Oh, I was looking forward to doing the bodkin moment again. Never mind.
So
you put 2 fabrics together.
2 fabrics
wrong
together.
Sides together.
Wrong sides together, so you can see both right sides.
Okay.
And you can see what's going to happen here is that I'm going to trace around my letters, and then rather than cutting them out, I'm going to sew around the letter.
Oh.
And then cut them out. This is actually a technique, Tilda, that I learnt about 10 years ago from the way that Tilda makes her dolls. So rather than cutting everything out and having to sew with very tiny seams and right near the edge of the fabric and possibly going off the edge, this means that you've got much more control over your small spaces.
Yes.
You know, and you don't have to worry about going over the edge or running off the edge of the thing. So you've got a little bit more room to manoeuvre, and as well it gives you that. If you're doing freehand motion cutting, that's a similar kind of thing. You would move the fabric in a big piece and then cut away rather than the other way around. So that's my R. I'm going to do another one just for the fun of it. I'm going to use my... What have we got in this hour? We've got... You can either use, obviously this is the Air Erase pen that we sell, but obviously this is purple.
Yes.
So that's a bit tricky.
Yes.
So purple. So I'm not going to use that this time. We're going to use, let's see if this one works all right. Yeah, this one's better. So you can either use, if you haven't got, you can use, this is the Taylor's chalk pencil.
Yes. For any of these things, you can just ring the call centre or go and have a look on the web.
I'm going to use the water erase pen.
Okay. So now, water erase means you can get rid of it with a damp cloth, doesn't it? You don't have to wash them.
No, you don't have to wash it. You literally just have to get it wet, really. So I'm just going to use this and I'm going to trace round. And what I'm doing is I'm going to use this as my stitching line.
Right.
So I'm going to use this so it means that you've got something really clear to follow when you're doing your sewing, as opposed to when you're doing, you're not cutting out at this line.
There's the pen, fabric marker, wipe off brown. £2.45.
Sounds gross that it's brown, but it's not. It just means you can see it on most fabrics.
Terracotta, dark terracotta.
Me too. Yeah. Just means you can see it on nearly every fabric.
Yes, exactly. Apart from brown.
Well.
Or dark terracotta.
Yes, but then you can use your purple one on those.
Yeah. Or
your Taylor's chalk pencil. I like to have as many drawing options in my sewing kit as possible. So I've got Taylor's chalk, I've got Taylor's chalk pencils, I've got a water erase, I've got the air erase, just so that if whatever I'm doing, I've always got a pencil to hand that's going to work. And they fit nice and simply in your kit, so you might as well get them whilst you can. So there we go. So you can see that nice and clear.
Oh yes,
absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to figure out where I'm going to stuff the letter.
All right.
So obviously we're going to stuff these. If you wanted to, another option would be if you could sandwich felt in between to give them a little bit of strength.
Yes.
And then you wouldn't have to worry about stuffing them. But we're going to stuff them because I think they look cute.
No, they look nice.
I think they look cute stuff.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm going to go for the bottom here and the bottom here, so that I should be able to stuff up and around.
So this one this is an R you've already sewn round here.
Yeah. Let me get these turned away so you can see a bit more what's happening. There we are. Oh. These are paper scissors.
Yeah.
That's why they're not working very well. Don't use paper scissors; they're rubbish.
So you've has that one open as well. So you've left the bottom of both of the R and the kicking bit of the R. Those are both open. For when you want to stuff
so that
them.
when I've cut it out, when I stuff them, I'll be able to get my stuffing in and around.
Yeah,
I can kind of squidge it in and around. Same with the Q here. I've left the Q open at the bottom and the A open at the bottom and the T open at the bottom.
Okay.
Trying to keep it consistent so I remember where I've left them all open, which is quite helpful. Alrighty, so then I'm going to take this over to the sewing machine.
Okay. And you're going to just stitch around.
I'm going to stitch around the shape.
The actual line that you've drawn.
Yes. That can be quite tricky, again, if you're not used to using a sewing machine, but because you've got that extra piece of fabric manoeuvrability, and we're going to chomp quite slowly through and around the corners,
yes.
It should work out quite well, hopefully, as well as it did for me earlier, although... So I'm going to start where I want to stop and make sure my gap. So I'm going to start at the bottom, go around the outside, stop, do the inside bits.
Yes. Okay.
Again, to remind myself that I don't want to stitch over the end. Again, because you're doing the smaller sections, though, if you do, you can always unpick them. If you do happen to sew over.
I'm never worried having to unpick something. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, for goodness sake, I was unpicking something this morning, and people were like, "Oh, did you make a mistake?" I was like, "No, I just, it doesn't matter."
Yeah.
So there we go. I'm just going straight.
How dare they accuse you? Who was that?
Making a mistake.
Tired.
I think they just said I was looking quite happy with my little quick unpick. There we go. So again at the corners, just turning myself round. You can see this is where I'm going to come to my curve, and you can see what I'm doing here. I've got my both hands on either side of my machine, and I'm just going to gently turn. Gently sew, gently turn, gently sew, gently turn. I mean, if you're going around a very tight curve like the inside here, I may stop and start, stop and start, stop and start, or maybe even hand crank if I'm doing something very tight.
Or you can make sure your stuff bunting is only made up of letters with straight lines.
Well, there is that as well.
Z. You can do sleep in a bedroom with lots of little Zs.
Zs, yes, that would be really sweet. There we go. Got to the corner. I should put my needle down and twist, really, but don't have to. There we go. Nice straight line.
And now you're stitching in a... I know you're always stitching white on the television so we can see your stitches.
Yes, I do.
Would you use... a contrasting colour or a colour that matches? Well, I suppose if you're using floral, it can't match, can it?
No, I mean, you can, yes, if you don't want to use something that shows up so much, that's fine. You can use a matching colour. Or again, if you want to do this with the kids, why not get them to do it with embroidery thread and sew them by hand? It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be done the way that we've done it. This is just an example of how to create them, but you could certainly embroider around the edge either with just a straight stitch, following the way that we have here, or don't worry about the pinking and do a blanket stitch around the edge of all the letters, to hold the stuffing in.
Yeah.
Again, obviously, you just need to remember to leave those edges open so that you can stuff them in an appropriate place. But yeah, absolutely no reason why you can't do this by hand.
No, so you do all of your letters. You do. So if you're doing an I love you, you do all of the letters.
I would do all of the letters. Yes, everything, all in one go.
Okay. I'm trying to work out what words you've got, because you've got a Q, 2 R's.
That's all right. 1 R is spare.
Oh yeah. Now this is the fat quarter. Actually, I can show you to open this one if you want. Would you like to see this one open? This is the one that Sam is using at the moment. Oh, hang on. No, not that one. That's the one that's made out of, isn't it?
First one.
Yeah, this one here. This one, sorry.
They only send me one of everything.
Oh?
They only send me one of everything.
Oh, yes, no, but I just saw that and presumed that was from the same one.
Oh, right.
Right, so this is the fat quarter that this polka dot fabric comes from. But look at this. This is lovely. You get you're going to get all of this. Obviously, yours will be folded nicely. We just open this out so you can get to see the fabric. This is called the Rose Boquet Fat Quarter. It's by So Easy, £14.95. So you get number 1, which is that gorgeous, I'd say, like a 1950s floral print, but it has got scissors amongst the flowers there. Then you've got the polka dot, which is the pink one that Sammy's using for the back. Well, I hope that's not affecting your eyes. It's making me go a little bit dizzy, that one. Then we've got the purple one, which Sammy's working with at the moment, polka dot. Really, really lovely, isn't it? Then, you get two of those. Then you get this, that print again, but in the pinks and the golds. That's lovely, isn't it? And then, so I see, you got 2 of that one. Oh, I see, so you get 2 of that one, you get 2 of that one, and then you get 1,
and the pink
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. You get, there you go, all those, I'm just checking now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you get 2 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, 1 of those, 1 of those. Really, really gorgeous. I'll go through all 3 of the fat quarters with you in a second. But in this one, in the Rose Bouquet, you get all of that in there. Oh, that's gorgeous. The way those colours all go together there. £14.95. This is how it arrives. No, not that one. Yes, no, not that one. This is how it arrives at your house. All beautifully packaged up. The thing is, I wouldn't want to open that. I think it looks gorgeous, doesn't it? £14.95 that. Okay, let me move that one away, because I will take you through the other 2 that we're doing, but Sammy's ready to do her next stage now.
I am. So I'm just cutting away all the excess threads here. And again, so that I know where my bottom holes are, and then we're going to use the pinking shears.
Oh, pinking shears.
I love pinking shears.
You got them this time?
I do have them this time, yes I was using them earlier. Made sure I kept a hold of them. There we go. There we go. So I'm just taking most of the threads away. If I get rid of them now,
then I
don't have to worry about doing it later. There we go. People always get annoyed that I use my big scissors to do snipping, but I love them so much.
Lovely, these rose.
Can't better put them down, really.
Rose gold-plated scissors. I know, fantastic, aren't they?
Should use the embroidery ones, really. Never mind.
They're there. They should be there.
I know they are, but I like these ones.
Okay, right.
There we go. So you can't see very much on that side, but you can on that side. You can see where I've just stitched around, exactly following as close as I can to the lines. Again, leaving that end open and leaving that end open there.
I can see what word you're doing now. Okay. I thought it was going to say, be quiet, John. That's what I thought it was going to say.
Be quiet, John. All right, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to use my pinking shears. Gorgeous, lovely, serrated edge scissors.
£14.95, those pinking shears. They're lovely, 8.5 inches, 21.5 centimetres. So now, let's just see how far away you cut out.
Just going to cut them out roughly to start with, and then I'm going to go in, because otherwise you're going to be handling too much fabric.
Yes, yeah.
There we go. And I'm going to do that one. I'm going to leave that one in, because We don't need to use that R, otherwise we've got too many R's.
Oh, right.
So I'm kind of about, I don't know, 4 millimetres, kind of whatever feels comfortable. You can do it wider or narrower.
Oh, you can do it wider because it's going to be seen, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be seen. It's not going to be hiding. I leave the end sections a little bit longer and then go back in and trim them afterwards because we've got to run back down with the stitch there. Yes. So I do leave those a little bit longer at the bottom if I can. There we go.
Very clever, because you normally think of pinking shears as being on the inside when you're doing a fine fabric seam or something. So now you're actually using them as a decorative...
A decorative finish, yeah, absolutely. There we go. You can see how well these just chomp right through. I'm doing 2 layers of cotton here, and they're just so snipping beautifully.
Love the 2 spots together. They all come in that fat quarter, remember, the fat quarter that I've just shown you. Really, really lovely. It's called the Rose Boquet. I mean, obviously, you've just seen the polka dots there, but you'll have got the lovely, like, 1950s West Side Story roses in there, haven't we? At £14.95. Really lovely. And just Sammy's just using the pink and the purple polka dot in this at the moment.
I have some already prepared in the other fabrics.
Oh.
Just going to go a little bit closer on that one. I'm going to try and keep them all as even as I possibly can, so they're very similar. I don't want to go too close to the edge of the stitching, because what will happen is that obviously we're going to stuff, so it's going to be under pressure. And if we go too close, it's just going to pop open. So we don't want that to happen. There we go. But yeah, if you make bigger letters, you can leave a bigger edging as well if you want to. When I cut, obviously, the centres out of the other ones, I wanted to make sure that I would have enough room inside the letters as well as outside the letters. So I wanted to make it not too wide. There we go. Almost done.
Brilliant.
I'll just square that one up a little bit. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I need to cut the bottom out of that one. So there we are.
You haven't cut that... the A...
I haven't cut the bottom of the A out. I'm going to do that in a moment.
Yeah, there you go.
You might be able to tell where we're going with this at this stage. There we go. I thought the cue was going to give it away.
That?
There we are. Do the bottom.
So now on the R and the Q, will you cut the middle sections out?
I will to show you. I won't on the A because it's too small, and I think you can tell what an A is.
Yes.
I quite like the look of them not all being cut out because we've stitched, so it's going to kind of dip in.
Oh yes, of course, because you're going to
and the same with these; they're going to kind of dip in.
Yes.
But I will show you. You just need to fold it in half. And start with a snip. Can you see what I'm doing here? So I've just folded it in half so that I'm not snipping through anything but, and then I'm going to unfold and pop the bottom of my pinking shears in.
So you have to make the snip big enough to get the
bottom of the pinking shears in, yeah, absolutely. Again, that's why it wouldn't work with the A on this one. But
pinking shears sharp right the way through to the point, aren't they? Those?
They are. These ones are really good. So
£14.95 for the pinking shears, 8.5 inches. Add it to your order.
Worth getting a really good pair. Worth spending. I mean, pinking shears I think always seem really expensive.
Well, at £14.95.
Well, lots of people would think that was expensive, but it's worth paying to get decent ones because, like you say, you need to have them cut all the way to from the base, like with any scissors.
Yes.
But obviously, pinking shears, you don't want them to chew your fabric because there's nothing worse.
Or get a few done really nicely and then chew.
Yeah, that's horrid.
Okay.
So there we go. That's almost. So the next step would be to stuff them.
Oh, okay.
Which we do with toy filling.
Oh, she's had the only bag that we've got in the studio.
Have I?
That's my sample.
There
You've
we
just
go.
ruined.
I bought that from home.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Will we send it to you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's our fault then. Hannah's bad.
Super
soft toy filling. Where's that then? That's £2.95. £2.95. But you get an awful lot in there, don't you?
You do. You get a really, you get it's full when it comes.
And it also, you're not going to use it. You can fluff it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly for this project. I mean, I think I've done more than just these letters out of that bag. I used it for some other stuff as well. So I'm just going to go through and manipulate the stuffing a little bit, because obviously it's going to go into, I'm going to do the tea.
Right.
And then I'll do the rest whilst you're talking about babe.
Oh, excuse me.
If that's all right.
Oh.
Just because you don't have to watch me stuff them all, do you?
Are there any letters that are more difficult to stuff than others?
Yes, I would say the round letters are quite tricky, because you want to make sure that you get your stuffing into the furthest point first and then work your way back.
Okay.
So yes, that was quite tricky. The E's are quite tricky again, because obviously unless you leave all the ends open, which is probably what I would have done. You can stuff in, and again, getting it down that long length is quite tricky.
All three ends of the E open, that'd be more sensible.
Yes, it would, yes. But you can see what I'm doing here. I'm using a poking tool to just poke this down here. It's a quick unpick.
I was going to say it's a special poking, but no. You could use our Derek the Dobber as well.
I will, maybe carry on, but I quite like this because it grabs it a little bit, but you do have to be careful you don't poke it through the fabric, obviously.
But if you use something sharp like a knitting needle,
yes, a knitting needle,
be careful that it doesn't push
yes,
through
you don't want
stitches.
it to poke through your stitch. You don't want it to poke through the fabric either. But you're just going to poke it through and kind of wiggle it until you can see I've just stuffed that little bit at the end there. There we go, and then just a little bit more.
Oh, hang on, we've got the still of the stuffing before we sent it to...
lovely. Oh, there we are.
There you go. Super soft toy filling, 100% high loft polyester, £2.95 from the Craft Factory. Really, really lovely. Well done, Hannah.
This is great if you're doing something small and petite like this, because obviously you want something that is easy. I mean, so many of these stuffings come and they're so chunky.
Yes.
You can't kind of fill them, squidge them down small enough to get into really tiny holes, but toy stuffing does it beautifully. There we go. Again, I'm just going to go to the other end of that T. So I'm going to do the two far ends first.
Right.
So that I can then go in. There we go. And then I can go in and stuff the last piece down the centre.
OK, now, you've just seen there, that's the Rose Bouquet one that we're using, the polka dot and the like 1950s rose pattern with the scissors. That is the fat quarter that... Sammy's using for this project. But let me talk. Shall I show you about this one as well? This one, the one that you've actually used to.
I really love that grey. I think it's such
beautiful,
a pretty
isn't it? Oh, now I've got it here. I'll show you this first of all. Then I've got a bit of a surprise. I'll show you the fat quarter first. Then I've got a bit of a surprise. So these are the fabrics Sammy used for that first one there. That is really beautiful, isn't it? That gorgeous, gorgeous print there. Lovely roses on that one. Now, this one, obviously, you get two of that one.
I love the plains.
Then we've got that lovely, lovely blue. That's a gorgeous blue there. This is the beautiful bloom, 6-piece. Oh, it's a 6-piece fat quarter. I thought it was 7, sorry. 6-piece fat quarter for £14.95. Then the creamy white, the ivory, which is what you've used on the back of yours.
Yes, I used it on the back, yes.
Then that gorgeous, gorgeous, deep, almost salmon pink there. That's really lovely, isn't it?
Matches in perfectly with this.
Oh, yes, that's the joy of a fat quarter, isn't it? They're all going to go so beautifully together with each other, aren't they? The pink or the blue there. And then you've got this bluey teal colour at the end. That's the last colour of that. Now, I said I had a little bit of a surprise for you. If you just... are you going to happy carry on?
Yes.
Stuffing the letters. Because, come with me, this lovely fat quarter, we sell bags that match... Oh, I'll go around the back, actually. We sell bags that match the fat quarter. Look, there's the fat quarter fabric. We sell these bags are already made. They're not in a kit. You don't have to make them. They're already made. So shall I take you through them? Shall I take you through them? Because there's a variety of choices, aren't there? So I'll start off with this one at the front here, which is like a mini hold-all, right? This has got a little surprise in it, this one. I'll show you in a minute. It's a mini hold-all. It's got the zips going along the front there. Oh, I can get that open. I'm just standing at a funny angle. The zip going along the front there. We've got the zip going along the top there. Now, this is for a knitting bag. Beautiful bloom print knitting bag. How do you know it's for a knitting? Because, look, Look. Look. There's a wool hole. So what you can do is you can put your ball of wool inside, the ball of wool that you're using inside the bag. So if you're going on the tube or on the bus or you're going to someone else's house, the wool will just come out of there. So all you need out on your lap is your knitting needles, your knitting, and then the wool feeds itself out of that hole. Isn't that brilliant? Absolutely brilliant. £18.99. Now remember, it's the same as the charm pack. So if you want to make something to go with it, did I say charm pack? Sorry, fat quarter. I also didn't say fat quarter there. Really, really lovely. Isn't it gorgeous? So the bag is £18.99. Now this reminds me of when I used to work in the film industry, and the makeup girls would come down to the set for doing their final checks. They would have a bag like this because they'd have their brushes, they'd have all their things that they needed very quickly, the sponges and everything to do the makeup touch-ups and everything, all in the outside bags there. But of course you could use this for all your different kind of, they're calling it Beautiful Bloom hobby gift. But you know what I mean? It could be, now this is print PVC by the way, it's got a this one here, I need to point this out, this one here is a fabric finish. The knitting one is a fabric finish. This one is a PVC white clean finish. So yeah, like it said, it's called the Beautiful Bloom Hobby Gift Print PVC Craft Bag. You could use it to bring all your craft, your paint brushes, your scissors, anything like that. Just spin it round at the side there. You've got two more pockets. You've got a one-touch fastening at the front there for that one, so if you've got something big to put in that pocket there. You've also got the lovely like bucket pockets at the sides, at each end there. Really lovely. And you've got the nice length straps there. Also, if you want to use it as a day-to-day bag, look here. You've got a zip across the top. So if you've got valuables in there, you've got your purse in there, you've got your keys in there, your phone in there. Thank you for that, Hannah. That's lovely. Really, really gorgeous. Hannah's just repeated everything I just said to you. So if you use it for every day, and I'm not going to... there's pockets inside as well for your phone. I won't show you because I've just got a little bit of wadding in there, but that's gorgeous. That's Hannah's favourite. Then, moving on to this. Now, this to me is a traditional knitting bag. I don't know what they've called it, but it's lovely with the wooden poles in as the handles there. Really, really... What would you call those then? Wooden poles in the handle. There you go. Now, this is another craft bag, but you know what? How lovely to keep your fat quarters in there. Isn't that? But the thing is, you see this, imagine if you're going to like a barbecue or a garden party in the summer and you've got a lovely little if you've got your white linens on, right? You've got your white linens on, you just want to add a bit of colour. You could take this along as your little handbag, your little clutch bag, couldn't you? And there's enough room in there to nick a few baps before you go home, to get your tea when you go home. Very reminiscent of a very, very famous high street brand of fabric, that. This is £18.99. Now, again, this has got a one-touch fastening pocket on the front there. Beautiful pink lining on that one. Really, really lovely attention to detailing there. And then, of course, the one-touch fastening there, which just holds it in place. In fact... No, but look, the lining matches. It's the lining from the fat quarter, look. Look at that. Now, imagine if you bought that as a present for somebody and then they opened it and inside was the matching fat quarter. You can make a little purse. You can make a little purse to go with. Or you can make the Sammy bunting and you open the bag and you pull the bunting out. I love you. Oh, or will you marry me? Nice, that's a hot... Right, now, last but not least, this is Hannah's favourite. She loves this one. It's like a sewing box. It's like an old-fashioned sewing box, isn't it? Isn't that beautiful? How gorgeous is that going to look? Now, Natasha's got one very like this, hasn't she? When we were practising, she used to bring all her bits and bobs in one like this. Really, really lovely. It's the Beautiful Bloom Hobby Gift medium-sized sewing box. Now, let me just open it here because you've got that lovely... Oh, it's got a magnetic fastening. Now, wouldn't this be a brilliant present for Mother's Day? £22.95. Let me just open it for you. Now, look, it's got a pin cushion. It's got the most gorgeous little pin cushion there. And then it's got a little pocket on the front here for you to put some notions in. But look at this, right? You get the tray. Oh, It's still got the tag in. I'll just set the tag. There you go. It's got the tray that fits on top. You can put your threads, your little scissors, your needles in there, spare bobbins and things like that. And then I'll just show you this because it's open all the way, isn't it? Lovely, lovely, deep, very, very deep basket. But what I love is it's got like this rope work around the edge, which makes it looking very, very, very like a lovely traditional braiding round the edge there. I think that's lovely. £22 and 95 pence. Now give that as a gift for somebody who's really, I mean, I'm saying Mother's Day, but can imagine giving that as a gift to anybody who loves sewing for £22 and 95 pence. What you need to do is give us a call, 0800 112 44 33, speak to the call centre, and they'll be able to allocate one of those for you. I'll just put those away, I'll put that one in there. Really, really gorgeous, gorgeous bags, aren't they? Right, I'm going back now. Right, so here we go. How many letters have you stuffed then, Sammy, while I've been away? Just the two. Shall I show you? We haven't shown the third fat quarter yet. Let's show the third fat quarter. Do that whilst I'm finishing off these. We love this one. We love this one. This is this. It's called the Rose and Spot. Or the Rose and Dot pattern, this one, isn't it? These look lovely, but they look so much nicer out of the packaging. There we go. Roses and dots. I was right, the roses and dots. Really, really lovely. These are the fabrics you get in there. Now, these are fantastic. Fabulous print there. Really lovely. That's like the aqua background to that one. Then we have the lovely pink background one. Then you get another... Oh, is that this? Oh, no, that's... Oh, actually, that's more aqua, because that one's more teal now. I see them together. Nice, isn't it? Beautiful. Then we're moving on swiftly to... Oh, I love that one. That's like a Victorian tea rose, the back of that, isn't it? That lovely, lovely dusky pink, that one. Then we've got the... Oh, that's vibrant. That's nice. That one is very much like welcome to the new day. Wake up and welcome to the new day, isn't it? That one, £14 and 95 pence. And then last but not least, you've got the very, well, it's not, I wouldn't say it was subtle, but it's a gorgeous cream background there, more traditional background there. Really, really lovely, lovely, lovely colours in there. That is this fat quarter, which is called the Roses and Dots fat quarter. £14 and 95 pence. Now, obviously, we're making bunting out of these, but you can make lots of things out of fat quarters. They literally just sent me these and said, make something with these. So this was what I came up with. It was like a challenge. And they were like, make something out of a fat quarter. And I was like, OK, that's fine. What haven't we done already? And we've done bunting. What other things do you use fat quarters for? Oh, I mean, I did a whole book with Simply Sewing last year of things to make with fat quarters. Oh. 20 fat quarter gifts, personal gifts. You can get it. I think I can't remember what issue number it was. I'll check it out. Yeah. But yeah, so hundreds of things. We made clutch bags. We made little toys. Fat quarters are so versatile because they're that square shape as opposed to being a long, skinny quarter. Yes. You can get a lot more out of it. And also, obviously, because you get, if the prints are bigger, like with the grey, for instance, you get the chance to use the motif. Yes. Whereas, obviously, if you get skinny, you get lots of half motifs. Yeah. Oh, yes, of course, you won't get the repeat, would you? Yes, absolutely. OK, question in for you, Sammy. Oh, lovely. Love a question. Would you wash, because earlier you said for the clothes you would you wash the fabric before you make the bunting? Because I'm probably not going to wash this bunting, I wouldn't have worried too much. But yes, if you're going to make bunting for home that you're going to reuse, I think it would be worth washing them. I always do fat quarters in a pillowcase. You wash them in pillowcase? Yeah, so I pop them because obviously the edges are raw and you've got quite a small thing. And if they get moved about too much, sometimes they can pull in the washing machine. So I always put them in a pillowcase. I unfold them. Oh, yes. Scrunch them up in the pillowcase and then pop them in the wash. You don't finish it, you don't zigzag the edges or anything? I don't normally worry, again, because the pillowcase is what stops that movement too much being pulled around the washing machine. So, yeah, I pop them in a pillowcase and then pop them in the machine on a gentle, cool wash. Yeah. Just to either shrink them down if they are going to shrink a little bit, or also to get any dust off them, any sizing, any things like that, things that are going to affect it. Because, again, if you end up making a cushion, for instance, out of your fat quarters, you want them to be, you want it to be washed. You don't want anything to shrink after you've spent all that time making it. Exactly. So, yes, I would always. Sue's got a message. Hello, Sue. Hi, Sue. Oh, yeah, Sue's going to use this one, the one we've just shown with the bags. Yeah. for Mr. and Mrs. on the main table. Who's getting married?
So gorgeous.
Oh, our daughter's getting married.
Really beautiful for wedding because it's kind of floral with the grey. I always think grey tones, particularly with the little white
I
flowers.
love that when you do a wedding because you can theme everything, can't you? It's not just the dress and the groom's waistcoat or ties or anything, but you can theme the bunting, things like that. Really, really lovely. I do love to theme a good wedding, me. This is the rose... no, hang on, this isn't Rose Boquet. Oh, there you go, that's the beautiful bloom. So that's the beautiful bloom one across the bottom there. That's that one. And then the one that Sammy's actually using is the one in the top of your screen there, which is this one, which is the Rose Boquet. It's a fat quarter bundle by So Easy for £14.95. Really lovely. I love this vibrancy of this rose pattern. Very, 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 as I say, 1950s, very West Side Story-esque. So...
I like that one. I've got a friend who is a hairdresser, and I think I'm going to make her some stuff because of those little scissors.
Oh, yes.
In there. Obviously, you know, sewing, but yes, hairdressing too. Use scissors.
Yes.
I'm going to make some bunting for her shop.
Oh, that'd be nice.
In the same thing, but with this fabric.
Not saying I love you, then?
Probably not.
No. So now, when we've done our letters,
because we've got
a quiet QTA, question, time and answers. Yes. If you've got any questions, then you can just QTA, question and answer. Let's do question and answer. I wonder if that's what's it? On Scrabble, you know, you can do all weird words on Scrabble, like QI and XA and things like that. I wonder if you could use QA. Oh, Hannah's had an idea now. She wants to make a giant Scrabble board out of all the letters.
That would be amazing.
Can you imagine trying to add up all the scores? Anyway.
Easily. I've put them together to make bunting, but using the letters, you could do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you could make just a letter bag for the kids so they could do spelling and things like that.
Oh, do you know what? You know, yesterday when we did the bumblebees.
Yes.
And you put them in a picture frame.
Yeah.
You could put one-touch fastening on the back of these, and you could the like fridge magnets, but for children in their bedrooms.
Why not put magnets on the back?
Or put them on the fridge. Yeah, or magnets, put them on the fridge. But I was thinking about in a children's bedroom, they could write their name and learn how to write with all the different letters now.
You know, you can get magnetic paint now, so you can paint a wall with magnetic paint and use magnets on it.
Now, James, who cuts my hair, he just said, did you know you can get magnetic paint done? I was like, don't be stupid. And he's done it in his little boy's room.
Yeah.
And you literally paint the wall, and the way you painted the wall, it becomes metallic.
Yeah. So again, yes, you could put.
So then you put a magnet on the back of these.
Well, you could put magnets in them, so it's safer for the kids.
Yes, so the child can't play with the actual magnets inside.
Yes, they don't come off. Yeah.
We're cooking on gas today, aren't we?
Give me 10 minutes to come up with ideas.
Yeah,
I'm off on a. So okay.
So now tell us what you're doing next.
So I've stuffed, and what I've done is I've stuffed a little bit tighter near the end. So these are a bit tighter than I would be. I'm going to stitch across the top on the machine. Again, you could do this by hand if you wanted to, but for me it's quicker to do it on the machine. I'm just going to stitch on the bottom, and then I'm going to just move that stuffing down once I finish. So I'm going to whip through that.
Right, yes, I've just suddenly thought we've still got a tassel to make.
It's all right, we've got time, I promise.
We're fine.
Promise, Hannah, we will get through it.
We've got time. Marion's just messaged in. Oh.
What does she want to know?
Oh, that's nice. Marion, did you say? Marion's loving the fat quarters, but she's already bought some of the I Love You caterpillar fabric. She might make some letters out of that. Any
scraps you've got leftovers, absolutely. This technique would work with, it's just cotton. So.
But wouldn't they be lovely? Because there were the stars and the spots and everything
and then
like
matching in the room.
So if you made curtains out of one of them and then you had bunting made out of another.
Oh, adorable. Just
beautiful.
Adorable.
Marion, that's nice. You know what? You can send your pictures in. If you want to send pictures in of your finished articles, please do. Please do. We'd love to see them.
Pictures. So yes, you can see I'm just wedging this under the machine. I'm just finishing off by doing beginning at the double stitch at the beginning. Words are getting mixed up.
It's nearly the weekend.
It is.
Are you in tomorrow?
No. Oh yeah. Well, I will be here sewing tomorrow, but I'm not on air tomorrow.
Okay.
And then I'm at our trade show all weekend, so I need to get my words sorted out for that. There we are. So I'm just stitching round, and then I'm going to do a back stitch on the machine. I'm going to take that away. Again, it's a craft project. Unless you're going to be washing it a lot, if it's going in a kid's room, you might want to just tie a little knot in the end, but I'm just going to snip them away because I've done double stitching. And then I'm going to go back and just move that stuffing back down to the bottom by hand.
Yeah. Just so it evens it out.
Just so it evens it out a little bit. But again, by extra stuffing there before pushing it back, you'll get it to be nice and even.
Brilliant.
There we go. So
excellent.
we do the same with all. I did the Q already.
So have you made some already underneath
I have, yes. There's a whole little pack.
Because we need to know how to attach them now, don't we, to the ribbon?
We do.
We've got lots of ribbons on offer for you today.
So these are the ones that are done with the bright letters.
Oh,
how amazing do they look? I haven't finished them all off,
finished
but it
that
doesn't
one.
matter. I haven't finished all of these, but it doesn't matter. There we go. So that's what they look
That's
like.
that one. That's the Rose bundle. They're from the Rose bundle. I can't read that.
Make sure I've got them all.
Eber Quirt. You Quirt Eber.
No, there's more. I just haven't stuffed them. So I'll show the one stuff in that. We don't need to see all of them, but you can kind of get the idea of what we're going for here.
Oh, I see. Now, hang on.
S,
Yes, E. Where's the W?
W.
Yeah, I.
N.
G. You haven't made a G? Oh, that
I
is. Quarter. Q.
Q.
U.
A.
R. T. You got an E?
There we go. That one's...
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, so each one's an alternate. Oh, you've thought this through, haven't you?
There we are. That's it, isn't it?
So now, out of one fat quarter...
Yes.
Because you've used 1, 2, 3, 4 fabrics. You'll have some left over.
Yes, there is. Yes, plenty.
But there'll be definitely even pieces of fabric that you haven't used left over. But out of the colours that you used, obviously, because you've only used that much and that much of the pink rose.
Well, no, because I did them back to front.
Yeah, no, but
yes,
the red rose, you've only used that 3, and then out of the pink rose, you've used... Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no, we'll have to get this... You'll have to finish this tonight, and then we'll hang it up tomorrow. But I need to know... Let's just show how, with the finished letters, how you attach it to your...
Yes, I'm going to show you that. Let me start with the Q, because that'll be in the middle.
So
we're going to... I would normally lay them out on a long table and work out my placing.
Okay.
But I'll just show you quickly how I've stitched them on. This is just a gorgeous ribbon. We've got this on the website.
You certainly have. I'm getting it out now.
Yeah. Again, this works beautifully with this one because we've got the grey and the pink and the white with those ones. So I would just work out where my middle of my tape was. I'm going to flip this over.
Now, I'm going to ask a question here. Would you do 2 buntings, one with sewing and one with quarter on, or would you put sewing quarter all on one long
I would
length?
probably do sewing on a straighter piece and then do a longer piece so that you could have it underneath.
Yeah.
Because I quite like it when we've got those.
Because
no one's got such big walls these days.
No.
So it's quite nice to do that, I think, on 2 strands. You can tie them together at the end so that it's always the same.
Yes, of course, yeah. So the ribbon we're using there, now this is the Beresford Stitch Grosgrain Grain ribbon in pink and ivory. That's this one. I'll just show you the right one. Oops.
I love this stitch ribbon.
It's trying to run away with it.
It reminds me of that very famous jewellery shop who tie all their stuff up with stitched ribbon.
Say this again.
There's a famous jewellery shop that ties all their things into their boxes with this ribbon.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I've obviously not been to that shop. Natural Charms, this is called. It's... you get 4 metres. You get 4 metres on that roll, look. That's nice. So it comes in pink. That's the pink that Sammy's using at the moment. It also comes in the grey, which would look lovely with the I Love You. That one goes across the bottom. Still £4.45. There you go. OK, let Sammy do this because I want to get onto the tassel.
Lovely. So I'm going to... I've threaded up a needle with double thread.
Yes.
And I'm just going to pop that through at the top, centre top.
Of the letter.
With a quick stitch like that. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry. I was just trying to move it more centrally. And then I'm going to pop it through my ribbon in the same place. So I'm going to go through the top.
Would you put a mark on your ribbon where each one needs to be stitched?
Yes, particularly if I'd laid them all out and spent ages trying to lay them all out and space them properly, yes. You could mark your ribbon. Again, you can use your water erase pen or just a little bit of tailor's chalk on the inside there. So, and then I've got that pulled down nice and tight. I'm just going to pop in through both layers.
Yeah. You only need to do the one in the centre then. You don't need to do... I mean, obviously on the Y, you do one on each of the...
Yes,
the
absolutely. Same with the U and the V, just to keep them spaced
yes.
nicely. And again, this is quite nice with this ribbon because obviously it's got quite a lot of strength, so it's going to help to keep those letters separated.
But if it's just a circular one like that or an I, you'd literally just put one
stitch
one
in the top
middle.
is fine. So, and then I'm just going to pop through and just do a... That's just... knotted it at the back there.
Fabulous.
So it doesn't need a lot.
No.
Because they're not very heavy.
No.
So you can just literally, as I say, just pop that through. I'm just going to snip that away. and that hangs it up.
That's fantastic, thank you. Now, so you just put all of those together and make up your letters.
Just, exactly,
I
absolutely.
mean, gorgeous. And look at how gorgeous they're all going to look together when they're all flapping in the breeze at your wedding in a marquee or whatever.
I'll take a picture and put it on Instagram and the Facebook so people can see what it looks like when it's done.
Right, OK. It's time. Are we going to make the tassel now? Yes. And then I'll run through the fat quarters again afterwards. But we love the tassel. This is from, it's not here anymore. We showed, in the show earlier, we had this really lovely Dashwood fabric, and we just showed other things you could make, and one was a cushion that Sammy'd made with tassels around the edge, and someone said, how do you make those tassels? So, we've got a tassel maker. So
the other thing I thought was that it would be lovely, you could hang some tassels
like on the
all down on the bottom of the bunting, like they do on, you know, have you seen the balloons, really big round helium balloons? They've got like paper tassels hanging off the bottom.
No, not seen that.
So you could do the same down the side.
Right, so you've already done this, so just explain
so let's start again. So all I did was that I started with my yarn. This is the cotton yarn that we sell on the website, and I've just wrapped it round these little, you can slide this backwards and forwards to make bigger or smaller.
Oh, okay.
So this is it on its smallest setting.
Okay, because this is the large tassel maker, £11.95.
And bear in mind that your tassel is going to be half this size when you're finished.
Oh, okay.
So this isn't going to be the whole length, this is going to be half the length of the tassel. So I started by winding it around here to keep it nice and tight. Yeah. And I just took it up and wrapped it round. Right. Wrapped it round.
And then you touched that one at the end?
And I touched that one at the end.
Okay.
It just holds it in place so I can put it down now.
How do you know when to stop? It depends how thick you want your tassels.
Yes, the fullness of your tassel would be... So there we go. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to tie... I've just taken a length and folded it in half. This is going to... Oh, it keeps popping out my hand. This is going to be the top hold of the tassel. So I'm just going to tie a couple of knots in the far end, because this is what's going to hold up the tassel. So you want it to be nice and secure. So I'm just going around, just simple knots over and over, just to make a kind of nice lumpy knot at the bottom. That's a very horrible word for what it is, but that's what it looks like.
When I get the tassel, I'll show you where this is going to be on the actual tassel in a second.
There we go. So you've got a nice, there's like 4 or 5 there, and you've got like a really nice chunky knot.
Yes.
So when the tassel rests on that, it's not going to go anywhere.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to see that?
No, it's all going to be on the inside, so you're not going to see. You're just going to see that poking out the top, nice and neatly. I'm going to lie this below. So this is the centre line here, which is going to be the top of the tassel. I'm going to lie this coming up on the longest side. Yes. So this is the longer side with the knot on the shorter side, and I'm going to nestle it in there. Yes. So it disappears. So you can see I've just pushed that in with the strands. Yeah. Then I'm going to take another length. Right. And this is what's going to tie around to hold the tassel in place. Yes. And I'm going to thread this over. You see what I'm doing here? Threading up and through.
Remember, you can buy this tassel maker here for £11.95. Just go on the website or give us a call at the call centre. The yarn that we're using is at the bottom there, £3.45 for that just cotton crochet yarn.
There we go. So I'm making sure that I'm tying this knot just above where I've put my big knot. Yeah. And I'm going to tie round and make sure I pull it nice and tight, because again, that's what's going to be holding that in place. Just going to... So I'm holding it with my thumb, so that's the first knot, and I'm doing a second knot. I'm pulling that down nice and tight. Yeah. I'm going to do another one. Oh. But I'm going to wrap around. Knotting this, isn't it? Well, it is, because again, you don't want your tassel to come undone, because that's just terrible. Yeah. So I've wrapped that round once more.
Did I make a funny noise then? I do apologise. Everyone started gasping.
Mocking me.
No, I'm not mocking. I'm enthralled by how you're doing it, that's all.
Okay, so you can see I've tied it round there. I'm then going to put all my spare strands, but not this one. So this is the one with the loop. This is going to be the top of the tassel. This is going to be the bottom of the tassel. So I'm just going to pop this out of the way, and then I'm going to undo these little bits around the screw. And flap those down as well.
Do you know what? It's one of those gadgets that you never realised you needed. Well, the thing is, now I'm fascinated.
If you're making loads of tassels, that's no fun at all, is it? You know, you're going to be doing it for hours, so this is a simple way. So I've moved those two out of the way, and then I'm going to go in with my scissors and snip. We've got at the top here, we've got a lovely channel.
Yes.
And I'm going to put my scissors in there and snip.
Keep holding on the Now the scissors are gorgeous, aren't they? The rose, gold rose-plated scissors there.
There we
really
go. And then I'm
gorgeous.
going to go to the other end.
Right, so you then
Make
go to
sure
the other
my
end.
strands are out the way.
Go through
Pulling
this.
it tight. Making sure it's central and snipping again. Being careful, this is going to drop away now.
Where's the thing with the knot? Where's the bit with the knot that we buried in it?
That's out of the way.
Okay, still there, still there.
Sorry, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So then that should be quite central now.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need to grab a hold of that. Move it to the centre. Give it a bit of a shake. It looks a bit like a Muppet hairdo right now, but there we go.
Do you know what? I was just thinking it looked like producer Hannah that in the morning. Not pink, obviously, she hasn't got pink.
Make sure you move
just so you know, the thread comes in blue and pink. If you want to order the thread, it's really beautiful blue and pink thread.
There we go. So I'm making sure that that's my knot that I had, the lumpy knot before. I'm just going to move that to the centre as much as I can.
There's your pink.
There we go. This just needs a bit of a haircut afterwards. These were the threads that we used a minute ago to tie it all around.
So that's the one with the big knot on the end?
No, that's the one with the big knot on the end. Sorry, that is a bit confusing. That's the one with the big knot on the end because it's looped. Yeah. That's why I do a loop bit, so I can remember which bits are which. And then I'm going to take these two, I'm going to lay it down and then wrap it around.
Oh, I see. So on the tassel, you're just creating the, like, octopus head at the top. I don't know what the technical term for it is.
No, neither do I, but that's a very good term for it. If it's not that, it should be, John. There we go.
Oh, do you know what? I've just had a fabulous idea. You could make lots of octopuses. If you embroidered the eyes on there, and then you could attach them to like a T-shirt, a trendy T-shirt.
Yes, you could. I love them. I love tassels.
Okay,
I don't know why I'm struggling with
this. I've got less than a minute left for you to finish that.
That's all right. I can do that. That's not a problem. Just want to work out what I'm doing.
Oh, Hannah's getting all creative again. You can tell she's hungry. 1 minute.
There we go. Can you hold that for
I'll
me?
hold that for you.
That might help. There we go.
This is our Sammy challenge, our Claridge challenge.
Claridge challenge. Let's not promote that, shall we? Because
yes,
challenging me on live telly.
We can have a challenge at 2 minutes to the end of the show. Thank you ever so much for joining us. I'll just say thank you while Sammy's still doing that. If you want anything, just give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. I am back tomorrow. And I've got a gorgeous lineup tomorrow. Wait till you see what I've got tomorrow. So, carrying on with that, we've just got 30 seconds left.
It's all right. All I've got to do is tie a knot. Hopefully I can do that in 30 seconds.
Fabulous.
There we go.
£11.95 for the large tassel maker. Beautiful. And then it just hangs from the top there. Cut them off, it hangs from the top there. Well done. That is the Claridge challenge finished. Thanks ever so much for joining us today. Thank you, Sammy. I'll see you tomorrow. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube all day long. Bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.